Because on this day.
You found it, Bill.
Well, it's I forget. Rick James something.
He died.
He died
on
of a
this
brain.
day.
He died of a brain aneurysm or something on this day. Rick James.
You know what other always bothered me about that song?
Oh, just one thing bothered you about it?
What? When I get there, she's got incense, wine, and candles. It's such a freaky scene.
Yeah,
That just sounds
really,
nice.
It's not
That
really
doesn't
freaky, is it? It's
I don't know.
it's kind of.
So but you have to picture where the incense, the wine, and the candles are. Where there is.
Oh.
You see. Down in Rick's dungeon.
Oh, okay, yeah, where
It's
he
down.
did kidnap people, didn't
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And what I like about that song is the backup singers. If you listen to it again, when they do their little refrains and stuff, they sound bored and slightly ashamed to be there.
Bored and slightly.
They do.
ashamed.
They're just.
Yeah, they are entitled to that. Yeah.
In 2004, on this day, just so we do the on
Thank you.
this day, Rick James was found dead in his Los Angeles home, known as the King of Punk Funk.
So it's the incense and the candles that bother you, not that girl. I like to taste her. She's pretty kinky. She's pretty freaky. That doesn't bother you.
All of that makes sense in a song called Super Freak. What doesn't sound freaky is incense, wine, and candles. Those don't sound like freaky. That's not a freaky scene. That's just
It is when you put
nice
them.
evening.
It is when you put them in room 714, which was code for Rick James' dungeon.
Addicted to cocaine, it's a hell of a drug, you may remember. He once admitted to spending $7,000 a week on drugs for 5 years. And he died. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, his poor heart gave out. Rick James. I see that song, by the way. That's the radio version, and it just kind of cuts off. And in low. That song, I think, on the cut just goes on and on and on the album. I think it's like 8 minutes long or something.
You know what goes on and on and on? Our technical problems go on.
Have they started already?
Yeah,
Yep.
you were just glitchy.
I haven't noticed.
glitchy.
Are you sure it's the technical problems? I have hiccups today.
Oh, maybe.
Could be.
Maybe
It
that's
could be.
Maybe that's it.
Could be some digestive problems.
I don't know. Was the ground wet?
I shaved today and I cut myself right there.
I see that at x96.com/live.
Yeah, now that I've shaved, I'm not sure. I shouldn't have done it. I don't like it.
Yeah, Shenna.
No, I don't
You
like
look
it.
better with facial hair. I've told you this
Well,
for years.
I'm going to just adjust the lighting here. Maybe there.
There you go.
That's a little better.
Now,
isn't it?
now tell us a scary story.
Ooh, boys and girls.
And he had a hook for a hand.
You go to x96.com/live. Well, boys and girls, tonight's scary story. Is there a local? I was going through some TV channels the other day, and there's a Galooly show on.
Galooly's from the East Coast somewhere. Yeah.
No, but I mean, there was that old Galooly guy. But is there a new guy doing it?
Is a guy who replaced him, who was handed the baton by the original, and he's on the East Coast, and I think he's on
Shudder or something.
MeTV or Shudder, something like that. Yeah.
It was pretty bad.
Oh,
but
yeah.
kind of, but fun because it was bad. I'm gonna have to look this up now because I'd forgotten about it until just now when I went.
Is that a scary story thing? I don't know what that is.
It's the classic
he's a monster movie host.
Yeah, it's the guy who would host the monster movie on television, and he would show up in between, the breaks before the commercials.
Dumb jokes and
make a joke about that. Well, coming up, it's a scary rabbit that's on the way.
And and sometimes they were good because they'd banter with the cameramen, they'd yell things at him. And
his name is Sven Gulli.
Yeah, and there are a couple of different ones here in Utah. We had the Nightmare Theater guy, which was Ron Ross, Fireman Frank.
But we never saw him, though.
Never saw him. You just hear his voice.
He was the mysterious voice, and he'd go like this because he thought it was scary.
It's time for another Nightmare. I always thought it would be kind of fun to do one of those.
It was fun.
Who was?
I did it.
Yeah, well, that's right. You did something like that, and who's? Svengoolie wasn't the most famous one. That
No, he's up there. He's like your top 10.
I'll think of him. Well,
Is that like Svengali, but it's Svengoolie?
But he's
Is
a
that
ghoul.
what they're
very
doing
good,
there?
Gina. Yeah, very good.
I figured it out.
That's great. You know, you are living proof that when a big girl sits down and tries to think, she can come up with something.
I can.
Yeah.
It was funny, that SCTV bit, Count Floyd. God, that was hilarious. Count Floyd was your host for the scary movie, and they could never get him. They never got him scary movies. You know,
It was,
This
it
one's
was
about-
Nightmare Chiller Theater.
yeah, this one's about an accountant who was unable to. Ooh, it's scary.
He tried to balance the books, and he, ooh.
And then he would think the camera was off, and he goes, "Could we get a scary movie? Could we? Could we? All right. Oh, wait, kids. Oh, you're gonna love this."
So, are we going to spend the morning now? It's 6:15. Are we going to spend the morning being technically challenged?
We'll
I
see.
don't know.
We shall see.
Sure hope
Ev-
not.
All my reports yesterday were, but you sound fine on the air.
Yes, I know.
That's
See, no, the problem is, I mean, we sound fine on the air, except for the fact that our timing is shot. Brad Wheeler was listening yesterday when we did, it was right after Carrie left, and we did the little test where I closed my eyes and Gina said one, and then I said one, and it was a full 5 seconds.
yeah.
And Brad said, "Wait, you're kidding me? I thought you were punking Gina.
No.
That you intentionally waited to say one.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, what we have learned is that our upgraded internet, when it sends to the station, it's fine. It goes directly, like only 2 stops. But when the audio that we hear of each other returns, for some reason it's going to Colorado and then coming back.
It's picking up some weed, and then it comes back.
Wish.
It has your superpower, Bill. Our internet has the ability to go to Denver.
Have we got
It just not
Denverine
come
internet here?
back.
Yes.
We went from Harold's Worm Farm or whoever it was to
Hanks.
Worm Farm, an internet service provider, to an internet provider run by Denverine.
Denverine's internet. And
All right. Well, I guess we'll take your check-ins. It's 877-602-9696. We'll get the show going and call and tell us anything you want to talk about. Just check in with us. Let us know you're ready for the show. You're ready to go. We're ready to go. We're all just excited to be here.
You know, we could steal our friend Paul Castronovo's morning question
oh, well.
for check-ins.
Paul
What do we
Castronovo, of course, is the fabulously wealthy and mob-connected DJ in Florida.
His question today is, someone on their show wears the same shirt 2 days in a row and also only showers every other day. Is this gross or okay?
Well, that's certainly a pressing question. I don't really.
No?
No.
Okay, let me. It's gross. Okay, next.
Okay.
Let's move on. There we go. That was taken care of. Okay, we
I just want
addressed
to let
it.
you guys know what the big time shows are doing.
Wait a minute.
morning.
I'm getting word here. I have to say, allegedly mob connected.
Yes, you have.
Radio host.
I think that's a good idea. All right, we will take a break. And, your check-ins at 877-602-9696. If you would like to check in, you may. Just give us a call, 877-602-9696. Volkswagen Southtown, Gina.
Yeah, I've been driving the Passat, and it's a fun car to drive. It's fast. I made my kids a little nervous yesterday because we did freeway driving. They're like, "Mom," I'm like, "Shh, I'm driving the Passat. We're perfectly safe, and this is fun."
I have to put it through its performance features to talk about it on the radio, I swear.
Exactly. It's my job to give it the gas, and it is. It's fun to drive. And right now at Volkswagen Southtown, they have 0% APR for up to 6 years on every remaining 2020 Volkswagen, or you can get zero payments for 4 months on any new car. If you go to the zero zone, and that's at vwsouthtown.com, interest rates have never been lower. Trade in your car at Volkswagen Southtown, and you will get the original base MSRP for it. They just take deductions for mileage, manufacturer incentives, any kind of damage, that sort of thing. So go talk to my friends at Volkswagen Southtown, Sion, Stan, any of the nice people there, just off 106 South on I-15, vwsouthtown.com.
I find this on my desk when I come in the morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the
go
elderly.
to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember, I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Let's get this over with.
We shall. We'll officially begin the show and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. If you have a mind to do it, call us and check in and say hi and tell us what your day is going to be like or what your days have been like. You know, Mill Creek Coffee gets us going every day. Mm-hmm. It's delicious. Mill Creek Coffee for the
Cheers.
busy. Hey, that's my old water bottle, isn't it? Katie was holding up a water bottle. It was.
No, she's got hers.
Which
and
one is
yours.
mine? Which one is mine? That one? Oh, still there in the studio. Isn't that nice?
Aw.
All right. Anyway, let's officially begin the show with our Mill Creek Coffee. Gina?
Right now at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires, save $150 off select sets of Big O brand tires, the team you trust.
The moon is 91.8% of full. We will have a full moon not until September 1st. The moon will set today at 9:20 a.m., today being Thursday. It's the 6th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, hi, hello there, and Gina Barberi. You can see all three of us right now if you go to x96.com/live. You'll also be able to see the red-headed wonder, who is our producer, Katie for short. She is in the studio in downtown Salt Lake. And over there, and this is no judgment, but where you can't see them is Skip and Marion. All right, now we go to your check-ins here on this Wiggle Your Toes Day, National Wiggle Your Toes Day,
I'm doing it right now.
and National Fresh Breath Day. Okay, check-ins?
Yeah, 877-602-9696. If you have a mind to check in, go right ahead. Like Isaac. Hello, Isaac.
Isaac, how are you?
Oh, good. How are you guys doing?
Well, not too bad. What's your life like today, Isaac?
I'm just down in the Jordan Narrows running before work.
You're running.
Do you have a headlamp?
Not right now. I stopped.
Okay. But do you run in the dark? So do you carry some kind of protection there, like a headlamp, as Gina was suggesting?
No.
No.
The
No.
mood's full enough right now. If it gets dark enough, I will.
Oh, okay. So what is your day going to be like,
Isaac.
Isaac?
Just work, and then going home and taking care of some hooligan kids.
What do you do for a living?
So I'm a senior consultant for the military. So I'm a civilian.
A senior consultant. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What do you?
They have questions and I have answers, pretty much.
What do you?
The
Can you?
seniors.
So we've been marching in a straight line. What's your feeling on that? We're thinking about shapes now.
I don't do that kind. So
Can
no,
you tell?
I came back here to Utah after 10 years in the Navy, so
Ah.
it was kind
Now
of an
you know
easy
my-
transition.
My son is in the Navy now. Did
Hey,
you
maybe
hear
he
that?
knows him.
I don't think so. I didn't hang out with the corpsmen too much. I had a couple of them with me, but
Yeah, you were senior consultant after all.
no, I did something else in the Navy.
What did you do?
So I was a explosive ordnance disposal technician. So it's the bomb squad basically is what I did.
Did you have those little clippers and have to know which wire to clip, the red wire or the green wire and all that?
No, it's not like that. It's nothing like what you would think it is.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the blue wire you cut.
Oh, that's it.
It's nothing like.
Hey, Jason, thanks for checking in with
Isaac.
us. Isaac. When is Isaac going to be on the phone?
He's on right now.
Oh, I
is
thought this was
Isaac.
Jason.
I'm Isaac.
Oh, hi. Well, then I've been talking to the wrong person. This changes the complexion of the conversation entirely. Isaac, thanks for checking in with us, and I'm glad you're a friend of the program. And keep listening, okay?
No worries. Thanks for staying on.
Yep. See ya.
Thank you. Jason Isaacs?
Yeah, maybe
that what
that's
you were-
where you got that.
Is that
I
what-
don't know why. Yeah, maybe that's why I was doing that.
Okay. Well, okay.
That's
That's
it?
good. That's good enough, isn't it?
Well, good old Jason there.
You know, speaking of National Fresh Breath Day, here's a little mask tip for you.
Yeah.
Always chew a piece of minty gum
Mm-hmm.
when you have your mask on. Makes it a little more palatable to have.
Now I gotta chew gum. You're making
It's
me
a
wear a
little
mask. That's
mint
hard
gum.
enough. And now you're making me chew gum.
You know, I found that those skull pouches with the mint, so it's a skull mint tobacco.
Mm-hmm.
If you put a pinch between your cheek and gum and then put on your mask, that makes it really palatable.
Well,
Too.
how do you spit?
You don't have to if you have the pouches.
Oh, there's no spit with the
No,
pouches?
you don't really have to spit. No, not too much anyway.
Kids don't do that.
Yeah, because Bill said you should get some skull tobacco and do it. I'm sure kids are
Bill
gonna.
already
Mom, can we get some skull? What was the other one?
I was thinking about Skoll the other day when I was watching this food show that was taking place in Copenhagen. So in Copenhagen, Skoll.
Copenhagen. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're the same company, but just different brand. I don't know enough about chewing. I don't know.
There
chewing
was
tobacco, so-
there was a Copenhagen brand,
Yeah.
and I never really saw the pleasure in chewing tobacco until now. This is back when I was a smoker and addicted to nicotine, and I went with my son to scout camp up to Camp Kiesel, and they wouldn't. You can't smoke there, and I was just dying, having a nicotine withdrawal fit.
A Nicky fit?
And one of the dads said, I mentioned it, and one of the dads said, "Oh, well,
Here you go.
here, take some Skoll, and that'll get you through." And I said, "Well, okay, I'll try it." Bam! Gave me a jolt of nicotine, which was not to be denied, and did get me through that lousy day at Scout.
That's what they say. A pinch between your cheek and gum give you full tobacco flavor.
That's right. Full tobacco flavor is another way of saying a direct shot of nicotine to the system.
Woo!
Yeah,
All right.
it was good.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash westbound I-80 at Jeremy Ranch. This is the exit ramp up in Summit County. Not a lot of traffic now, but if that's part of your commute, you'll come upon it and go, hey, Gina told me about that, and then you'll keep driving. During the month of August, Scott Hale has a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Don't forget, coming up at 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina. You play trivia against Gina Barberi, and you might win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And I will give you, well, I'll just tell you the topic. The movie Pineapple Express was released on this day in 2008. So Pineapple Express trivia coming
Okay.
up. So if you know that movie, get ready to call in at 7 o'clock, 877-602-9696. Before that, we have Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and Geek News on the way. Stand by for all of that. So BigOTires.com.
You know, if you're going to go on the road, I'll bet you take a little trip here if you haven't already. And you should make sure your car is set to go, and Big O Tires can really help you out with that. If you go to a Big O Tires, which one do you go to, Gina?
I go to the one on Highland Drive, and I've told you before about how my tires were a little low. I pulled right in. They didn't even have me get out of the car. They let me remain seated and filled up my tires right while I waited.
You know, Big O Tires works on all kinds of things for your car as well. Brakes, shocks, struts, oil changes, alignments. If your car isn't properly aligned, that causes tire wear. Your tires wear out faster if the car isn't properly aligned. And also it decreases your gas mileage. So, Big O Tires, the team you trust. Right now you can save up to $150 off a set of 4 Big O brand tires through the 23rd of August. You can find a Big O tire store near you by going to BigOTires.com.
The music starts at...
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention
Yeah.
earlier?
the headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind
Yeah.
of doodle, but this
Oh,
is
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
this is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden
a
doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles!
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Dome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't like the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
And
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died. See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
The mini.
yeah.
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
Okay, 6:36. We got Beat Gina coming up at 7 o'clock. You could win a radio from Health Tote Bag. We got Geek News on the way in this break. And now, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Get rewarded every time you use your Visa Rewards credit card from Cyprus Credit Union. For a limited time, receive triple points on all restaurant purchases and double points on all gas and groceries. Visit cypruscu.com or visit a branch today.
Katie, story for you. This will make you happy, I know. So, problems, of course, with COVID. Things are being canceled, but Halloween... Nobody can cancel Halloween, and the Spirit of Halloween stores.
I saw that.
which pop up all over the country, starting about this time of year. Mm-hmm. They're going to reopen. They're going to open this year.
I thought that was weird.
They're already there's already Halloween decorations in certain stores like Big Lots and
You
Michael's.
can expect to see. You can expect to see Spirit of Halloween locations popping up nationwide right now. They are a franchise with 1,400 individually operated locations in abandoned, Kmarts across the country, Kmarts and other stores that have failed. Now there's no official opening day for the company as a whole, but they will be around, and I know you're excited about that.
I am, because the time that we get off work is when everybody else is at work. So nobody's there.
Yeah.
So it's the whole store myself.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. She just runs right from work to Spirit of Halloween.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Hail Satan!
Hail Satan!
Well, this is not such a great story. Adult film star Ron Jeremy. It's really gotten bad now.
Yeah.
He's
I
charged
didn't
with
hear.
He's
Yeah.
charged with sexually assaulting 4 women. Leanne Young says she still remembers in vivid detail the night Ron Jeremy sneaked up behind her on the Sunset Strip and pretty much just did what
Is
he
it
wanted.
because he thought I'm Ron Jeremy and I can do whatever I
Gina?
want? Because
Gina? How would I know?
well, no, just,
Well,
Don't ask me.
because you've hung out with him.
Yeah,
So
he-
you're
he
more of an
signed
expert
your-
than either of us. So
you have his autograph on your chest.
I wouldn't even begin to speculate. I don't know.
I'm Ron Jeremy. But people
Pe-
expect me to
well,
do
so
stuff.
so people around her said, "Oh yeah, that's Ron. That's what he does."
That's
That's
what I
just
mean.
Ron.
Like he just thinks he can do whatever, wherever.
Fear of Jeremy's stature in the adult film industry also led adult entertainer Elle Hell to keep quiet after Jeremy attacked her in Chicago in 2014. Los Angeles prosecutors have charged Jeremy with sexually assaulting 4 women in West Hollywood. Within days, prosecutors said they'd been contacted by 25 women across the country who made allegations ranging from misdemeanor sexual battery to rape against the man who for decades was one of the porn industry's most visible celebrities.
how,
well-
does it say how old Ron is in this story?
Let me see. He's probably in his late 50s, early 60s, I would think.
Oh, well, if only he were older, then he wouldn't be going to jail. Because Roger Stone, you don't want to throw old people away into jail if they
Yeah,
do
that's
things.
true.
So
I
Born
don't.
in '53.
So he's just shy of, say, he's like 67 or something like that. So anyway, we're ticking them off here. Over the last 7 days, a grim new COVID-19 calculus has emerged. One person died every 80 seconds from coronavirus in America.
Wow.
And the pace at which those 7,486 people died appears to be accelerating. In July, a total of 26,198 deaths were reported, meaning one every 102 seconds. As of Wednesday morning, more than 158,000 people in the U.S. had died of the virus since the start of the pandemic. But as Gina does, there's a silver lining to all things. Gina always seems to find some good news in even the worst of things, and I'm going to do that now for you.
Really?
Okay.
The nation's leading health insurers are experiencing an embarrassment of profit right now. Some of the largest companies, including Anthem Health Insurance, Humana, and United Health, are reporting second quarter earnings that are double what they were a year ago. And while insurance profits are capped under the Affordable Care Act, with the requirement that consumers should benefit from such excesses in the form of rebates, no one should expect that to happen. But the amounts that the insurers are retaining have caught the attention of the Trump administration. The Health and Human Services Department advised companies to consider speeding up rebates, and on Tuesday suggested that they reduce premiums to help consumers through the economic turndown caused by the pandemic.
Oh, they'll never do that.
So their profits are going way up, and they're supposed to start issuing rebates or lowering premiums. And they said, "Well, we are." Occasionally doing
In our
that.
own way.
Just this Wednesday, CVS Health, which owns Aetna, the big insurer, posted much higher earnings. CVS, which also owns, of course, the pharmacy and a drugstore chain, said net income for the second quarter reached $3 billion, $1 billion more than it reported for the same period last year.
Is
But
this
Mr.
because?
Go ahead.
Oh, I just am wondering if it's because the elective surgeries have gone down so much.
Could be. But Mr. Hannity said this is the greatest healthcare system in the world, and I should be happy that my health insurance and my medical care is tied to my job.
Well, it's because people have been steering clear of doctors' offices and emergency rooms. That's why their profits have gone up. So you're kind of spot on there, Gina.
I mean, I canceled all my doctor's appointments and everything. I know
Well,
I shouldn't, but
I'm helping out. I got one today. I got
Good
a
for
doctor's
you.
appointment today. So.
Give them extra. Give them a tip while you're there.
I tried last time. They wouldn't take it. From the Utah Department of Health, the COVID-19 report shows 421 new cases confirmed here in Utah, 6 new deaths. Utah now has 42,328 positive cases. So far, 550,322 people in Utah have been tested for COVID-19. Utah's rolling 7-day average of new cases is 438. 327 people have died of COVID here in Utah. Report out shows that University of Utah police officer who was in the part of the Lauren McCluskey murder investigation showed off explicit photos that McCluskey had taken of herself to at least 3 of his male coworkers without a work-related reason. That's according to a months-long investigation from the Utah Department of Public Safety. One staffer recounted that Officer Miguel Duras commented specifically about, quote, getting to look at them whenever he wanted. And that employee
so disgusting.
And that employee admitted that he too made crude remarks when seeing the images, which McCluskey had given Duras as evidence in her extortion case. Another said that the officers chimed in saying Duras was lucky to get to work on the case and McCluskey was a cute girl. I remember, I don't know, it just keeps reminds me of years ago. We had this, and I won't name him, but Carrie, you'd know him. It was when there was all this mess at KJQ, and they brought in new people. And there was this program director. And we were looking at some story in the paper about a girl in Ogden who'd been murdered.
Yeah.
And he looked at that and he said, yeah, that's really too bad. And I said, that's a sad case. He says, yeah, because she was really good looking.
Yeah.
It was too bad that she got murdered because she was really good looking.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to that turd, but
Yeah. I think he's still floating in a bowl somewhere.
probably. Radio is that way.
Chad Daybell. The day after Mr. Daybell's stepdaughter was last seen alive, he sent his then wife an unusual text about shooting a raccoon and burying it in a pet cemetery. Special Agent Benjamin Dean, an intelligence analyst, was assigned to examine an LG cell phone with a clear case decorated with purple glitter and hearts. He sat on the stand at preliminary hearing to determine if Daybell's case is removed from state court. Well, I've had an interesting morning, said the text. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms, Daybell texted his then wife, Tammy Daybell. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He's now in our pet cemetery. Fun times, he continued, according to the text. The agent said that the text was unusually detailed.
It's a plant.
Compared to the couple's regular exchanges, and was sent the day after Tylee Ryan was last seen alive in Yellowstone National Park. The phone had been seized from Daybell's rural property in Rexburg during a January 3rd search related to the disappearance of his stepchildren, Joshua and
Tylee.
Both children's remains, of course, found about 6 months later on a pet cemetery at the edge of Daybell's property near a statue of a dog.
So if anybody, A, heard a gunshot, or B, saw him digging in that area, he would pull out his phone and go, oh,
See?
here's proof of what... That's what that is.
Not really very clever.
No. And they're going to blame the dead brother because, there probably isn't enough evidence to say that he in fact did it. And they can easily blame the dead brother.
Well, because his phone pings to that spot on that day.
Yeah.
All right, listen to this. This is in the New York Times, so it may be a wild conspiracy theory, but it's in the New York Times. The effort to get Kanye West on the ballot as a third-party candidate in several states is increasingly looking like an operation run by President Trump's allies and Republican activists that's aimed at diverting votes from Joseph Biden Jr. The move, which comes as Mr. West's wife, Kim Kardashian West, has said her husband is struggling with mental illness, underscores that this will be an unusual and unusually bare-knuckled presidential election. The strategy became overt on Tuesday when Lane Ruland, a lawyer who has worked for the Trump campaign, delivered ballot signatures to Wisconsin elections officials on behalf of the Kanye West campaign. Mr. Ruland worked for the state Republican Party during Wisconsin's recount in 2016 presidential election. She has been representing, it's Ms. Ruland, excuse me. She has been representing the Trump campaign in a lawsuit filed this year against a Wisconsin television station for airing an advertisement criticizing the president's coronavirus response. A spokesman for the law firm where Ms. Ruland works said she was unavailable for comment. But it looks as though they're trying to get people to not vote for Biden, but to vote for Kanye.
Well, this isn't a theory. This is a conspiracy.
Sure.
This is happening. It's happened in two places now with two different people.
Pretty underhanded, I would say.
Yes.
But finally this, good news, Kraft mac and cheese, it's not just for dinner anymore. You can eat it for breakfast. The Kraft company has given permission for you to have Kraft macaroni and cheese for breakfast.
We
Did
finally
you need
have
their permission?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
I've been wanting it for breakfast forever. I've been writing letters.
They're actually, Kerry, they're actually rebranding some of their product to read breakfast instead of dinner, as 56% of parents say that they have served their children mac and cheese for breakfast more often during the coronavirus pandemic. Kraft wants you to think mac and cheese. It's the anytime meal. That's really, it's the all-weather anytime meal. Kraft macaroni. It's not even macaroni and cheese. It's imitation macaroni and cheese. So, anyway,
And
there you go.
people love it.
Yes,
weather-
and they love Donald Trump, too.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Brought to you by Cash for Clunkers back at National. They've been allocated funds to give you additional $3,500 in trade-in value on your current vehicle, no matter its condition. National in Murray, Sandy, and American Fork. The Jazz won yesterday. Isn't that nice? They beat Memphis 124-115. They play the Spurs tomorrow at 11 a.m. And I know everybody's been concerned about LeBron James, who's in the
I
NBA
am.
bubble.
Yeah.
Is he still able to celebrate Taco Tuesday?
Oh, I hope so.
Because he's famous for his Taco Tuesdays.
Sure
He
is.
says, "Fear not, Taco Tuesdays are alive and well inside the bubble."
Whew. I'm surprised they let tacos into the bubble.
They do.
Yeah.
They're having some of those tiny tacos, those
Okay.
itty-bitty tacos. You were worried about that. Weather, breezy today, high of 96, and we're going to cool off just a tiny bit by the weekend. 93, 94 for highs over the weekend. It'll feel a little bit better. Traffic, we've got not a whole lot going on, but we do have a police incident eastbound 800 North, 10th East in Orem. 2 right lanes are closed there. And that's the only incident we have right now. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will happily pass it along.
All right. You can call and line up early if you'd like to beat Gina, 877-602-9696. If you beat her at Pineapple Express Trivia, you will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. Nice. So call in. You get in line now if you'd like, 877-602-9696. Geek News brought to you by
Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park. Recognized as an essential grocery service and economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
All right. Okay. A brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Oh, all right. Ridley Scott. You heard of him, right?
I have.
And this is he is directing a TV show. Well, the first 2 episodes of a TV show. Whenever Ridley Scott does anything, you take notice, especially when he does something in the genre. And what we've got here is he is taking his big screen talent to the small screen, and it looks like it, for the new HBO Max Raised by Wolves is the name of the show.
The Earth was destroyed by a great war. I was programmed to protect you. And now we start again.
The show follows androids who attempt to raise children and restart society on a new planet long after war has destroyed the Earth.
So human children. Androids
Yes.
raising human children.
Built a house out of straw.
Now, there's more to it, but as you watch the trailer, you'll get creeped out by the Three Little Pigs story.
He built a house out of stone. One day, a big bad wolf came along and said, little pig, let me in. Or I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in.
Now, again, this looks like a movie to me, but it's a 10-episode series, and it's debuting on September 3rd, so we get some good quality content to watch during the quarantine,
And
during the COVID.
who's putting it on?
It's HBO Max is where you can see this. Raised by Wolves.
Anybody we know in it?
Nobody that I recognized, but go take a look. Go take a look and see. Maybe you'll recognize them. I didn't recognize the people in it myself. Let's see now. Here's the other big story that came out as far as streaming services go. This live-action version of Mulan that Disney has had planned for a long time, and they're real proud of it. They were hanging on to it, hoping that someday the theaters would open and they'd be able to release it in theaters. Well, they're beginning to see that maybe that's not going to happen. So here's what they've decided to do, and this is kind of controversial. They're going to make it available on Disney Plus on September 4th, but you'll have to pay extra, even though
That's
you
okay.
already pay for Disney Plus on a
I'd
monthly
pay
basis.
for that.
Well, how much would you pay?
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's
pretty
the question.
Steep. It's
It's
pretty
Well,
steep.
but-
it's $30. But I look at your family though, Gina, and there's four of
Yeah.
you, so that's like $5 each. That's what it would be to go see it in the
It
theater.
goes, and this is one that our family's been sad that got put off and we didn't get a chance to see it in the theater. I'd pay $30 for us to watch it at home.
Yeah, it says of all the major Hollywood studios, Disney has been viewed as the biggest proponent of theatrical windows. CEO Bob Chapek said in a call with investors that this is a one-off, he says. He said, we're very pleased to be able to bring Mulan to our consumer base, blah, blah, blah. We're looking at Mulan as a one-off as opposed to saying there is some new business windowing model that we're looking at. That said, we find it very interesting to be able to take a new offering to consumers at that $29.99 price. What I think we're going to see is they're going to wait and see how this goes. And if it goes well, Black Widow, maybe all of these Disney movies might start coming to Disney
the big
Plus.
ones, I think you can get away with it with the big ones. This is this has been too anticipated for too long. I don't think they can wait until they can put it in a theater. I think it'll work.
I didn't even know they were doing another one.
Mulan?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been looking forward to it because it's an all Asian cast, writers, directors. It's all that. So we've been
The
looking
action
forward to it.
scenes look good.
Yeah, it looks really cool. So yeah, I mean, I'll pay the $30, but and I'm going to do that for a couple of reasons. One, to support this because maybe they'll make a lot of money this way and go, okay, we'll do Black Widow this way because I'm dying to see Black Widow. Anyway. Captain Marvel 2 got a director, and this is interesting, Nia DaCosta, who has just directed that new Candyman movie. She got the job, and that's very exciting. And I loved Ren and Stimpy in the 90s. Mm-hmm. It's coming back.
Happy, happy, joy, joy.
Happy, happy, joy, joy, all right. Yeah, what happens is all of these shows that were animated in the 90s, they went, oh, we own these, let's bring them back because, it's easy to produce in the COVID time. So, Beavis and Butthead's coming back, Clone High. all of that. And Ren and Stimpy is now coming back. It is not said whether John Kricfalusi will be involved or not. My guess is no. If you've seen the documentary about him called Happy, Happy, Joy, Joy,
Isn't
about
there
Ren and Stimpy.
Me Too stuff with
Yeah.
him? Isn't
He's
yeah.
not a very pleasant
He's
man.
not, yeah, and he's crazy. So he's probably not going to be involved with this. But anyway, traffic, Gina.
Police incident eastbound 800 North 100 East in Orem. 2 right lanes closed, and that's our only incident. If you're searching for incidents, I am searching for them. Maybe you can find one for me and text it to us, 33986.
All right. Well, line up now to beat Gina. 877-602-9696. Play trivia against Gina. Win a Radio from Hell tote bag right after these messages. 877-602-9696. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. And Lord knows with the heat that you got going, the air. You need the air.
It's going to be hotter than... You say it, Gina.
Hail. Oh, Scott thinks it's funny, and we're Radio from Hail when we do these ads.
It's going to be hotter than hail today, for sure. So Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Get a hold of them. Get your air conditioner tuned up for just $39. If you need something new installed, you can get $500 off a new furnace and air conditioning system, and $150 off any $350 repair. That includes drain, air conditioning, plumbing features, the furnace, all of that kind of stuff. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. They take great care with their employees' health and your health, making sure that they are extra careful when they come into your home because of coronavirus. So call Scott Hale right now, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE. Or please go to the website, scotthale.com.
Is what we've got here. It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
This could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's just
apparently.
because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
Jaundice,
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom,
What's that?
you're losing weight.
Well,
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis
Well,
or Hep C. So they're both bad.
well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red. Is this-
uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver.
Mhm.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
It's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh, look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
No.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right. Before we get started with Beat Gina, Johnny, back off a second. We'll get you here.
I didn't say anything.
We're adding to the prize.
We are.
Inside the Radio from Hell tote bag will be one of these. I found them in my garage in a box. There are very few in existence, but it is the Radio from Hell Beer Squatters T-shirt. On the front, of course, it says, no, that's the front. It says first beer of the day with the Squatters bottle cap. And then on the back is the label.
Which
to
is the
Radio from-
coolest label ever, I think.
Yes. As you can see, if you go to x96.com/live, you can see this. It is the label on the back side of the T-shirt. So we're going to put that, folded not so gently, into the Radio from Hell tote bag. So 877-602-9696. You should call in now to play Beat Gina.
We have a sponsor also.
Oh, we do?
A clean home is a healthy home, and right now Zero Res is cleaning carpets for $33 per room. Mention Radio from Hell when you call and get a fourth room for free. Call Zero Res today to schedule your cleaning.
And now, it's time to play the game that super freaks everywhere want to play. It's Beat Gina. You try to match wits with a very kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother. Yes, she waits in room 714 with incense, wine, and candles. It's such a freaky scene. And now, here's your Beat Gina host. He's the kind of guy you do take home to meet your mother. He's all right. He's all right. He'll never let your spirits down.
No.
Carrie Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Beat Gina. And today, it's easy trivia. Come on. I mean, really.
I haven't
the
ever
topic?
seen
You've not
Pineapple
seen
Express.
You've not seen the movie Pineapple
Your
Express.
chances of winning are very good.
I haven't seen it either. I don't even. It's about people delivering pineapples.
No.
It's a weed comedy from
Yeah.
Seth Rogen.
Really?
Yeah.
Not Seth Rogen.
Yes, I know, right? 877-602-9696, Pineapple Express, released on this day in 2008. And I believe we do have a contestant on the line. Is that correct, Katie?
We do. It's going to be Kyle.
All right, let's go to Kyle. Kyle is your contestant for Beat Gina. Hello, Kyle. How are you?
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
All right.
Good.
Kyle, your chances of winning are increased if you win the coin toss, because that means you get to go first. Heads or tails? Call it.
Tails.
Tails. All right, let's see what we got here. It is heads. I'm terribly sorry, Kyle. That means Gina goes first. She does have an advantage now. This first question is hers alone to answer. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, Kyle, you get a chance to answer it and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth and do that until somebody reaches 3 points, thank God. All right, let's see. Here's your first question, Gina.
Yes.
What famous 80s band sang the theme song to the movie Pineapple Express?
Okay.
Is it A, Level 42, B, Kaja Gugu, C, Huey Lewis and the News, or D, the Blow Monkeys?
I don't think Digging Your Scene was... let's go...
Sorry.
Let's go with Huey Lewis and the News.
Wow. And you've never seen this movie?
No,
huh?
I have not.
Wow, that is
I
correct.
think that was a very educated guess. All right, it's 1-0 in favor of Gina, that super freak. And now, let's go to Kyle.
All right, Kyle. Which actor spent all day on set duct taped to a chair? Which actor? Was it A, Dylan McDermott, B, Dermot Mulroney, C, Craig Robinson, or D, Danny McBride?
D, Danny McBride.
Wow, very good, Kyle, very good.
Kyle's got a point. It's tied up. Gina controls the question.
Kyle's got a point.
Kyle, you have a point.
All right.
He has a point.
Gina, what does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie?
Okay.
What does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie? Was it A, a headband, B, a scarf, C, a MAGA hat, or D, a face mask?
On his head. Headband.
Headband is correct.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I told you it's easy trivia. Come on.
Not
It's
me.
2-0. Gina leads, but now Kyle has a chance to tie the game.
All right, Kyle. Let's see here. Let's find a good, easy story. Okay. What kind of car does Red drive? What kind of car? Was it a Daewoo Luganza, B, a Daewoo Lanos, C, a Daewoo Thanos, or D, a Daewoo Spirochete?
B.
B, a Daewoo Lanos? That is correct.
Yes.
There we go.
It's 2-2. The game is knotted up in a tense game.
I'm so tense.
Gina controls the question. We'll wake her up and see if she can win the game.
All right. Gina,
Yes.
what song are they rocking out to as Dale is serving zucchinas at the beginning of the movie? What song is
Okay.
playing as a series of zucchinas are being served? What song is
Okay.
it? Is it A, Donald Trump is the president? Donald Trump is the president. Is it A? Is it B, Butterfly Kisses? C, We Are Family? Or D, Electric Avenue?
Oh, I would love it to be Butterfly Kisses, but I'm going to say Electric Avenue.
Is Electric Avenue. Oh,
Because
my.
because there's nothing subtle about Pineapple Express.
No. No.
Well, Kyle,
Oh,
terribly
Kyle.
sorry. You've not won any prizes from us because you've been You've been beaten by
No,
the kind of girl that you don't take home to mother.
Oh,
the kind
no.
of girl that is all right, that's all right with me. Yes, she's a super freak.
Now, Johnny, wouldn't a freaky thing for me to do would be to give a prize to someone that lost
Well,
to me? Wouldn't that be a freaky thing to do to
That
give
would be-
Kyle that Radio from Hell beer T-shirt?
that would be unprecedented.
It's never happened.
Kyle, you won the T-shirt and the tote bag. How about that?
Oh, perfect. That sounds great.
Well,
It is
Kyle,
perfect.
I think it's completely fitting and in keeping with the movie Pineapple Express that losers win.
Yes, we're rewarding people for their losing behavior. All right, there you go, Kyle. Hang on the phone, and we'll get that information from you about how someday you'll be able to collect your prize.
You will someday.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Hang on. Traffic, Gina.
Stalled vehicle northbound Redwood Road at 90th South in West Jordan. The left turn lane is blocked there. Police incident eastbound 800 North, 100 East in Orem. 2 right lanes are closed there. And I'll check our message stream to see if anybody sent in any incidents via text at 33986. There are no incidents being reported, but you can report one. If you see it, text it to us. Sanilast offers FDA-certified hand sanitizers that disinfect as well or better than most sanitizers on the market, continuing to kill bacteria and viruses on contact for up to 24 hours. Sanilast.com.
Boners
right,
round
yes.
1 coming up.
Go ahead.
Here are the candidates. Number 1, well, he's a Fox News doctor. Boner candidate number 2, oh, come on, pal, it didn't work for the other guy. And number 3, so why was that on the cutting board in the first place?
Ooh, okay. Round 1 of your boners, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. I look forward to the Park City cocktail contest every year. I've been a judge a couple of times.
Well, and you, friends of the program, can be a judge
Yeah.
this year.
If you're 21 or older.
You got to be.
You have to be 21 or older to vote. It's the online voting for your favorite cocktail. It runs through August 31st on the Park City Area Restaurant Association website. There'll be a list of participating restaurants, bartenders, mixologists, whatever you want to call them. You can cast your vote. Again, you've got to be 21 or older to vote and limit 1 vote per person. And there is a prize involved not only for the creators of the cocktails.
The
there are
mixologists.
the mixologists. Somebody will take home a $500 cash prize, but one lucky voter, I believe just one lucky voter, will receive a very fine prize that we'll be telling you about later. So if you want to vote, go to parkcityrestaurants.com. So I saw this story, too, this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative, how do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now, they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably
Which
is.
it could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well,
What does
it mean, the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was
ventilator.
whether it's his or Chris's because they leave
which
Chris's
side?
mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Yeah, that
Cheap
pause. That
And
pause
like,
is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
the pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up? Like
So
he tried to one cheek
a
sneak?
one cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so
Yeah.
condensed and
Well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's a better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
You'll embarrass somebody.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Okay, let's get going with round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round 1. Yay. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. That's where we get 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. Those 2 candidates will go into Boner Dome, and you will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fights. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. The anticipation of finally having it in your hand will almost kill you. The Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Well, he's a Fox News doctor. The Fox News doctor who once said that the worst-case scenario for the coronavirus was that, quote, well, it could be the flu. is now boasting of President Donald Trump's cognitive skills. Dr. Mark Siegel said Trump is, quote, very cognitively advanced, a conclusion he reached because he spent an hour with the president during an interview last month. That was the infamous interview in which Trump boasted of acing a cognitive test, in part by remembering person, woman, man, camera, TV, in order, ostensibly wowing doctors in the middle of his exam. They said nobody gets it in order, Trump said. It's actually not that easy, but for me, it was easy. The test's inventor last said it's supposed to be easy, as it's checking for signs of cognitive impairment, not intelligence. Trump's description of his assessment has become the fodder of memes, of course, but it left Dr. Siegel impressed. And he said Trump was right to demand a cognitive test of Democratic rival Joe Biden. Siegel also has a medical history suggesting things like lingering damage. Biden could be suffering from lingering damage from some brain aneurysms he had, and hinted that the former vice president may have suffered a silent stroke. We don't know for sure.
But I can throw it out there.
Let's float it out there.
Yeah.
Siegel made headlines in March when he pumped up the president's response to the coronavirus, saying Trump acted quickly and could not have possibly acted faster than he did. Most experts, of course, believe delays by the administration in its early days have led directly to the situation we have today. Siegel, early in the pandemic, dismissed COVID-19 as, quote, at worst case scenario could be the flu. He also reported that test kits are coming at a time when there were almost no test kits.
Yep.
And he also falsely claimed that the H1N1 swine flu outbreak that took place during the Barack Obama presidency killed 300,000 Americans.
No.
Did not.
It did not, no.
It
Are we
did
sure
kill
he's
some
a
people.
doctor?
It
Are
did
we
kill
sure?
people. It killed 12,469 people. Close to 160,000 people have been killed by the coronavirus in the U.S. so far. But again, it just goes to show you. I mean, you say somebody gets a medical degree and they become a doctor. Somebody becomes a lawyer. It takes a lot of schooling to become a lawyer, a lot of schooling to become a doctor, and that doesn't mean you're still not just a moron.
Well, as Lindsay points out, Ben Carson is a neurosurgeon. Now, Biden was asked yesterday, and this was a big thing on right-wing Twitter. He was asked yesterday, have you taken a cognitive test? And he said no. But they didn't follow up as to why he didn't. It's because he's not been, suspected of having any kind of problem. That's when they give you these tests.
Like when you've had a stroke.
Yeah, when you've had a stroke.
Or when you've been forgetting things. And
and then the
your
other
family says, I think there might be a problem. Let's check.
And I was going to say, if I were Biden, that would be my answer.
Yeah.
If someone says, have you taken a cognitive test? I'd just repeat the 5 words, person, woman, man, and then say, next.
Boner candidate number 1. He's a Fox News doctor. Here's boner candidate number 2. Come on, pal. It didn't work for the other guy. For the second time, a businessman, and this is the second time in a week, it says, has been charged with fraudulently using his Paycheck Protection Program loans to buy a Lamborghini.
The same car, even?
No, not the same car, but, the same model, not the exact same car.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Federal agents arrested Lee Price, 29-year-old convicted felon, in connection with criminal complaint charging bank fraud, wire fraud, and other felonies. Apparently, he filed a pair of fraudulent applications for PPP loans earmarked for businesses in need of emergency relief due to COVID-19. He received a total of $1.6 million in PPP loans. The application submitted by Price, prosecutors allege, contend that the two firms had numerous employees and significant payroll expenses. The federal probe, however, determined that neither company he represented had any employees, nor did they pay any wages consistent with the amounts claimed in the loan applications. But he took the money and spent it on a $14,000 Rolex watch, some real estate transactions, a new $85,000 Ford F-350 pickup truck, And then he also decided he was going to buy a Lamborghini. Boner candidate number 2. Come on, pal, it didn't work for the other guy. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. So why was that on a cutting board in the first place?
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and Opinnuendo brought to you by...
Woo-hoo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents and a job get you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woo-hoo!
You know, Elon Musk does a lot of... He has a lot of interests. And so he has the Tesla automobile company. He's the SpaceX guy. Just sent a... I mean, this is a private enterprise. He just sent a rocket up to space and back. He has something called the Boring Company, where they're digging tunnels that he thinks they're going to be able to do transportation. We're going to have transportation in big pneumatic tubes. He sells flamethrowers. Yeah, division of his company. He sells. If you want to buy a flamethrower, you can buy one from Elon Musk.
I don't need.
I don't know if you're aware of that, but you can buy one. You have to get special licensing.
Where do you use a flamethrower? What is it?
On things that need flame thrown at them.
I mean, zombies, but other than zombies...
No, you don't want to do that with zombies, because then they just keep coming and they're on fire now.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they're useful gardening tools. But he has a company called Neuralink, and they are developing a new feature on their brain chip which will enable humans to go forth and choose their mood by balancing off another person's hormone levels. Secret project mentioned by Musk teased an update that will provide new feats for the company. He stated that an event on August 28th will thoroughly explain what he's doing. The American tech company founded by Musk, Neuralink, is working on their current project, a brain-implanted chip that's capable of controlling a human's emotion and mood by emitting waves that are beyond the usual or natural frequency and amplitude. Neuralink pushes through updating the software of the project as well as the chip and other hardware of the project. The Electronic reports that this software update aims to make the project more potent by programming to learn more and more about the overall system. He's saying, I'm going to be able to put chips in your brain, and then you can control your mood and how you feel about things.
What could go wrong?
I don't know.
I could hack into it and turn you into a rage monster.
Yeah, that's what I worry about.
Well, I think, is that what you worried about, people turning other people
brain.
into rage monsters? No. This actually is pretty fascinating technology, and it could be very useful for psychological disorders, Parkinson's disease, maybe, things like that. And a side benefit, you can just dial up the happy if you need to. I'm feeling down, I'm going to dial up the happy.
Well, that's going to help morning shows everywhere.
It should. The auditors are urging state health officials to explore how to get COVID-19 test results to patients faster and to be more transparent about that process, as Utah yesterday reported another 421 confirmed cases and 6 new deaths. Quick test turnaround times are essential in slowing the spread of the virus, wrote the authors of the report, released on Tuesday. Rich Saunders, the Utah Department of Health's new interim executive director, said his agency concurred with the 5 recommendations the auditors made and aims to have the changes in place by the end of August. According to the Wednesday Daily Report, the number of COVID-19 cases tests processed in a day went up noticeably to 5,366 tests compared to the week's average. But he says we're just not getting the results to people fast enough, and that really does sort of defeat the testing process.
Yeah, I saw our very own Corey, who took a test, and I believe it was almost 10 days after.
Yeah,
and at that, I mean, unless you're going to self-quarantine until you get the results, which most people won't. Most people will be like, well, I'll wait and see if I have it, and if I have it, I'll quarantine.
So there's 10 days of wandering. There's 10 days that Corey was wandering around potentially infecting people.
And he came back negative, but still.
Dr. Anthony Fauci said the numbers don't lie when asked if the U.S. has the worst coronavirus outbreak in the world. Yeah, quantitatively, when you look at it, it is. I mean, the numbers don't lie, Fauci said. Fauci's comments on Wednesday stand in stark contrast with recent rhetoric from President Trump, who has fervently defended his administration's handling of the pandemic as deaths and cases rise. Trump has repeatedly downplayed the impact of COVID-19 in the U.S. Dr. Fauci says we're not quite 5% of the world's population, and yet 20 to 25% of the world's infections. That has to be the worst. Is it not the worst? He said.
That's because we're doing all this testing. If there wasn't so much testing, we wouldn't have so many cases.
His
Dr.
words
Fauci.
directly undercut the misleading and rosy picture President Trump has sought to paint around COVID-19. Every country has suffered. We, the United States, has suffered. It's just the lies that come out of the White House are stunning, and they will continue until something is done about it. Citing differences with the chairman of the board, Jennifer Napier Pierce has resigned from the Salt Lake Tribune.
It seemed like it was kind of a surprise. I follow a bunch of people that work at the Tribune, and none of them seemed.
Like Gerke, he was surprised.
As of August 14th, Napier Pierce will no longer be leading the daily newspaper. She said she submitted her resignation to the Tribune's board of directors on Monday. It was accepted Tuesday. In a letter to the paper's staff, Napier Pierce said she's done everything in her power to lead the Tribune to a sustainable future and support the newsroom producing excellent journalism. And she says the reason that she's resigning is that she had too many conflicts with the chairman of the board, Paul Huntsman. That's the reason I'm resigning. Now, she also says, I'm grateful to Mr. Huntsman for giving me the opportunity. It's wonderful that he came in and helped save the Salt Lake Tribune. We should never downplay that. That's remarkable. We just disagree on things about how to do things, and so she says she's. It doesn't say what she's going to do. She's just moving on. Yeah. Let's see, how much time do we have here?
One more quick story. Yeah.
Let me do. Here we go. The Minnesota State Fair. It's been around since 1859, one of the most venerable state fairs in the nation.
Is it a great state fair?
It's a great state fair.
Okay.
And has only been canceled in the past because of the Civil War, the U.S.-Dakota War, Chicago World's Fair, World War II, a polio outbreak, and this year because of COVID-19. It's a pretty big deal when the fair gets canceled, but this year there are ways to enjoy the traditions from home. You can order fair food from the Minnesota State Fair and have it delivered to your home.
Funnel cake delivered?
Oh, it's funnel cake. That's small potatoes.
What else?
Cheese curds, corn dogs, French fries, chocolate chip cookies, mini donuts. Every box will go for $59.95. Shipping will begin August 17th, and then they will send you a potpourri of the food that they have at the fair. I think now I like the deep fried ice cream and the deep fried Hershey or Snickers bars and stuff like that. I think you're going to be out of luck with that.
This stuff is not going to travel well. Like funnel cake, for example. That's something that you need to have right away. Not 2 days after.
Are they going to have a carny deliver it? Because I'm not eating food that's been in a carny's car.
What? No, that's part of that. What? That
that
gives
part of
you
the
the flavor.
No,
Gina, that gives you the flavor the extra flavor from the fair.
It's part of the experience.
You get mini donuts, cookies, Rosie's fries. You can get fresh corn dogs. I'm looking at the order page right now. Ooh.
Well, our own Ed Brass is curious as to what the delivery radius is because he could use about 5 turkey legs right now.
Anywhere in the United States, Ed.
All right.
Anywhere in the United States.
There you go. Weather, traffic.
Hot today, 96. Will be cooler tomorrow. Dreaming of a 93 tomorrow. That's what we're doing. And it'll be in the low 90s for the rest of the weekend. Traffic, we've got a crash northbound I-15 near the I-80-201 freeway interchange. Traffic is back to 33rd South. Cars are blocking several lanes and the shoulders. And I heard from a couple friends of the program who are stuck in that. Thanks for texting that in at 33986. Police incident eastbound 800 North 100 East in Orem. The right lanes are closed while they deal with that. Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com or call them 801-906-0369.
There's 5 ears of sweet corn in that box.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been craving corn on the cob.
Oh, I've been getting, the Brigham City and the Utah corn is on. So any of the stands, I've been going to the stands and getting corn. I've had it several times.
You know, again,
Joe got some, and we got some Epicurean butter.
Ooh,
what's
put
that?
on it. It's just like herbed butter. It's delicious.
There was a cooking show I was watching where they roast the corn on the cob and then they cut it off and then they take that and put it in like a deep fry batter and then stick it in the deep fryer.
It's a fritter. Corn
Yes.
fritter. Corn fritter.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Anyway.
All right, here we go with boner candidate number 3. So, why was that on the cutting board in the first place? The question you have to ask. A woman was left red-faced after she noticed an X-rated detail on an item she ordered from Amazon. After scrolling through all the details on offer on the site, she finally found a design she liked for a cutting board, and she hit buy, and she purchased a twin set of the Lily's Kitchen cutting boards, which were priced at $14.99. And when it finally arrived, well, embedded in the marbling on one of the black and white cutting boards was an image of a big penis.
Now, is it just marbling that sort of resembles?
Have you seen the picture?
No.
Let's see.
Look at the picture.
Do we have it at x96.com/live?
Yeah, it is. It's. I don't get it.
Can't.
I don't
see it.
get it.
Throw it up there one more time. Let's see.
The post. So it's that kind of that fake marbling stuff, but there's no questioning as to what that is. It's not just resembling. And I just want
can't
to
see it.
Yeah, I need a bigger picture.
If there's, it looks to me, it looks like, well, if it's a Rorschach test, and maybe you.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Yeah, why? So my question is,
Okay, that's
just what? My question is, why is that on a cutting board in the first place?
well, it's you get your.
I don't.
It's the Lorena Bobbitt line of cooking.
Makes me uncomfortable. Is what boner candidate number 3. So why is that on a cutting board in the first place?
All right. Let's review the first 2 and votes.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, he's a Fox News doctor. They have him on every once in a while on Fox, and he boasting about how Trump is very, very cognitively advanced because he can look at those cognitive tests and he can see that is an elephant, not an alligator. It's an elephant. He can tell that. Very advanced. Boner candidate number 2. Come on, pal. It didn't work for the other guy either. A second man has been busted for buying a Lamborghini with COVID relief funds. And boner candidate number 3. Why was that on a cutting board in the first place?
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. See if it wins here. It goes up against the winner of round 2. Round 2, you say? Yes, at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of our champions, put them into Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, send your champion for round 1 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting August 6, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. This is round 1. You have until the end of these messages. Go.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This
What's that?
leaves a bad taste in my mouth
that?
as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk, because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason. Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who
effort.
doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He now do I recall? You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Time to award round one, excuse me. I'm dreaming. Round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Curry Coconut Lentils.
And feel like a drink? Check out Park City's cocktail contest. Through August, Park City's best mixologists will feature a plethora of delicious mixed drinks. You must be at least 21 to participate. Learn more at parkcityrestaurants.com.
Boner candidate number one, he's a Fox News doctor, okay? But he boasting that Trump is very cognitively advanced. This guy has got, he's barely a doctor. He must be barely a doctor. Boner candidate number two, come on, pal, it didn't work for the other guy. A second man has been busted for buying a Lamborghini with COVID relief funds. And boner candidate number three, so why was that on a cutting board in the first place? I don't think I'll ever get the answer to that. An X-rated cutting board sold to a woman on Amazon. Sean won a boner T-shirt, and the winner, boner candidate number one, he's a Fox News doctor.
That's your winner of round one. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round two at 8:20. We get a winner there. We take both of those winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning for Boner of the Day. Let's talk to Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall.
Morning, Mayor Mendenhall.
Hi there.
Good morning.
So we have this beautiful now Black Lives mural in Salt Lake City. Describe, if you can, to people where it is, and describe, please, how it came about that this was commissioned.
Yeah, it's on the east side of City Hall, so that side that's facing the library where the U-shaped driveway is. If you go up the U-shaped driveway, you'll see it sort of taped off because we don't want people driving on it just yet. Mm-hmm. It was finished painting just 2 days ago, and we went through a selection process. As the city, we solicited applications from community members to paint 2 letters of the 16 letters in Black Lives Matter.
So each letter was different? Each letter or each 2 letters was different artists?
Well, no, each artist did 2 letters total. So we have 8 artists, and it came together beautifully. And I hope you've seen photos, but it's
so we have one remarkable. At x96.com/live. You can see it, and we've seen a lot of these murals go up over the last several weeks, and not biased at all, but I think this is the best looking one I've seen. It's so colorful and beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. I'm happy to hear that. We went through a selection process with Lex Scott of Black Lives Matter Utah and Chris Owens, who's a local artist, and Councilmember Ana Valdemoros, who represents the downtown area, and myself. And it was a great process, and I'm glad we went through a process instead of just opening it up and having everyone descend on it without any organization, because I think it turned out really well.
Now, of course, I'm sure you've already had people saying, "Well, what the city pay for this? What are we using city tax money to do something like this in a time of coronavirus? And what's up with that?"
Yeah, the city did pay for it, and the city pays for public art all of the time. And our Washington Square and other public grounds are full of statement pieces. And this one, obviously, is temporary because it's on a roadway, but we hope to be able to preserve it for some time. We gave $300 per artist to try to cover their paint, brush, and all tape and all those costs that they incurred. If you go down there and see it, you'll see that these letters they're huge. They cover quite a bit of ground. So the city supplied the sand that they needed to mix in, and the city outlined the letters themselves. But the rest of it and the costs were on the artist. And then we had anonymous donors step in and double that stipend, so the artists ended up with $600 each.
Excellent, and I think it's great when you say, "Well, city," you say, "Yeah, we did pay for it." Yeah, we did.
We pay for art. This is art.
Yeah, I like that. Let's talk.
It's one of the more affordable art pieces, quite honestly. So this wasn't just name your price artists. We were trying to make it fair for them, but really cover the costs of it.
No, I saw this morning. I think this is pretty fantastic. Rose Park getting internet connection for residents that don't have it. Talk about that a little bit. How'd that all come about?
Yeah, and as we've talked on these mornings over the last couple of months, we talk about issues that were issues before COVID, but that a crisis amplifies and makes worse and makes more visible. And the digital divide in our city is one of those that's really obvious now, and it's been obvious for people on parts of our west side for a long time. The city's been working on it a long time, but this is a new approach where we partnered with the county and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And the idea was that the church houses, the steakhouses, have internet. They're pretty limited because of the geography. They tighten it down. But we thought, why can't we work together to open these spaces up and allow people who need a computer and need internet access to have a place to come and do that, since our libraries are closed. So there's one, which is the Rose Park Steakhouse at 760 North and 12th West, and it's open 4 days, not all day, but 4 days a week, 2 times in the evening, 2 times in the morning. And the Census Bureau will be there to help people answer questions, hopefully, and take the census. But people can go do whatever internet work they need to.
Now, are there computers there, or do you bring your own, or both?
There's computers there. If people wanted to bring their own, they could. Community members do need to maintain social distance. They need to wear a face covering while they're in the computer lab there. But it's all set up. You can just show up.
Great. Now, you announced some police reforms on Monday. You've been criticized, of course, by the police union for some of the things that you've sold the policemen down the river, Mayor Mendenhall. I don't know.
I would beg to disagree, but we're working on this right now. The idea that any reform is unwelcome is probably part of the problem with policing overall. And these are reforms that I worked with Chief Brown and his team on. I did not write the reforms. I said these are the ideas that we want to pursue. We want to strengthen our use of force. We want to address body cameras that get turned off. We want to make it so that if someone is asked to have their vehicle searched or their home searched, they know what their rights are. And they help write what these policies are. So I think that the police union leadership is really the problem, actually. And as we talk to the members and as the chief does that work of unpacking what these policies are going to look like, it makes a lot more sense. I think
you certainly didn't. You certainly didn't unilaterally come up with this. These were conversations.
Chief Brown could have said, "No, this is not going to work. I don't like this. This is not going to work." But he was a participant in all of those reforms.
He is very collaborative, and he sees that reform is happening and that I'm going to make it happen, and it's better if we do this together than if you make me as the mayor write police policy, because that's not going to be good for anyone. I don't want to do that. So he's been a great partner in recognizing where we need to go and then helping lead that so that it is doable for a police department. it means change is coming. But our priority is that any of these changes make not only our public more safe, but our police officers more safe. We are not willing to compromise our police officers' safety in order to have some attractive new policy out there on the streets. We've got to keep everyone safe, and that is an achievable balance. It absolutely is.
Mayor Erin Mendenhall, Salt Lake City Mayor, thanks a lot again for spending time with us. I hope we do this every week. It's always a pleasure.
It is for me as well. Have a great weekend.
All right,
Thank
you
you
very
too.
much. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yes, I have some.
That's good.
Somewhere here. There we go. Stalled vehicle at the connector ramp from westbound 201 freeway to go southbound I-215. The ramp is blocked. Traffic getting by on the left shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 near the I-80 201 freeway interchange. Traffic back to 33rd South. Cars are blocking several lanes and the shoulders. And a couple of friends of the program have sent in that they are involved in that. So,
Oh, great.
not involved like they're in the accident. They're just stuck there. So. Thank you for sending that in 33986.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means has some movies for you to watch while you are at home.
Ooh, American Pickle maybe, huh?
During the COVID. It's not on the list, but maybe he'll talk about it. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back. BigOTires.com.
You know, Big O knows health and safety of their employees and their customers. It's important. So that's why they offer easy drop-off and pick-up and contactless service. Like when I had my flat tire, I took it, so I took it off the car, put it in the back of the car, drove it down to Big O on 2nd East and South Temple. They said, "Here, just leave the tire. We'll call you when it's fixed, and we'll put it on the car." So I didn't have to hang around in a waiting room or anything like that. That's really the way to do it. They're always being very solicitous at a Big O tire store. They'll take care of what you need. And right now you can save up to $150 on a set of 4 Big O brand tires through the 23rd of August. So please go to a Big O tire store. They are locally owned and operated, 42 stores from Logan to Beaver, Utah. They are the team you trust. Go to BigOTires.com.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this
But
morning.
pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No,
And
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped, inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad
Inspired
way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
It's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
Because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah.
Which was kind of odd, but
Mhm.
so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had
or-
my headphones
but you
on. I
were-
was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her dance. She's got the, see, I don't dance. Because
You know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing
And
it.
air drum. And
That's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
that And and they put
The
on
disco
the wig.
drippers?
Disco drippers. There we go. The disco drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the disco drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the disco drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the disco drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
comics come out this week.
Well, that music can mean only one thing. It's time to talk to Sean Patrick Means. He is the film critic, and he is a writer for the Salt Lake Tribune. You can read Sean's stuff always at sltrib.com and always at moviecricket.net. Hi, Sean.
Hello.
Are you fine?
Oh, doing okay. How are y'all?
Good, good. We're doing just fine. Sean, these movies you've seen that you sent over, but American Pickle is not on the list. Did you see that?
I did not. That's on a I think that's on a channel I don't get. That's on like Apple TV or something, which I am not a subscriber to.
Yeah, I think it's HBO Max. I think is where it is.
Oh, is that where it is? Okay. Yeah, I don't. I think I have that. I don't know. I lose track, frankly, of all the different streaming services.
Yeah.
We're in this weird time now with movies where you've got Apple and Hulu and Netflix and Disney Plus and so on, but you've also and plus just regular VOD streaming, and a few theaters, and particularly around here, the megaplexes, which are open and are getting a few titles in. Mostly the ones that are on VOD anyway. And so for those of and I'm still at the point where I'm a little leery of recommending somebody go see a movie in a theater because I think it's still kind of
Yeah.
And that's only going to get weirder as we go, because I mean, like tomorrow, Broovies opens for the first time, but their slate is all oldies and classics. So
okay.
Well, what do we got? What do we got to look at that's new here?
Well, start with one that's on VOD called Spinster. Chelsea Peretti, who everybody remembers from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. She's very charming. I wish this movie let her be charming sooner, as the movie goes. Her character is Gabby is a caterer. She's 39. She is fed up with romance, fed up with people talking about romance and when you can have kids and all that sort of thing. And on her birthday, when her boyfriend breaks up with her, she sort of decides to reorder and look at her life again. And first through the sort of dating stuff, but then through the do I really need to be with a person to be fulfilled? And when that part of the movie picks up, it gets much better, and she's much more enjoyable. So. You wish whoever had written the script had run it through the joke machine one more time.
Yeah.
But so 2.5 stars for that one.
2.5 for Spinster. Now, the Burnt Orange Heresy is not about Trump, right? It's about.
No, it is not.
Okay.
It is. No, it is sort of an art heist drama. You have this American art critic in Rome is asked by a rich dude to come to his estate on Lake Como, where this reclusive artist has been living for a while. The rich guy wants the reclusive artist's paintings, because he hasn't actually given them up yet.
Yeah.
And in exchange to get this, a critic will get an interview with this reclusive artist. The very interesting cast. The artist is played by Donald Sutherland. The rich guy is Mick Jagger.
Yeah, I read about
he's kind
that.
of cool. And as somebody put it, he plays a man of wealth and taste, and which is very appropriate. My problem, my biggest problem in this movie is that the critic, played by this Danish actor named Claes Bang, he brings his new girlfriend along, and his girlfriend's played by Elizabeth Debicki, who is one of the coolest actresses around. She was in Widows. She was in Man from U.N.C.L.E. She was the villain in the Man from U.N.C.L.E. She was in the second Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
She's so cool, and they don't give her enough to do, and that's a crime.
Oh, that's too bad.
So that's the real crime of this movie. So 2.5 stars for that.
Okay.
All right, 2.5 for that. Cream.
Yes. Cream. Those of us of a certain age remember the rock magazine Cream. It was sort of the scruffy downtown counterpart to Rolling Stone. This is a documentary about the history of that magazine from its roots in downtown Detroit in 1968 through its 70s heyday glory and sex and drugs and rock and roll and all that. Very fast-paced, very lot of interviews with rock stars who either were covered in the magazine or grew up as fans of it and wish that their rock careers had intersected with when the magazine was in its heyday. But people like Michael Stipe and Chad Smith from the Chili Peppers and Joan Jett. Joan Jett once wrote a letter to the editor after a bad review of their album, of the Runaways' first album, saying, come to our next show and we'll kick your bleep.
I love her.
Lot of good interviews. It goes by a little fast, but what comes out overall is that this must have been if you were a writer, it must have been the most fun place to work and the most aggravating.
I'm curious if they do the little bit with Philip Seymour Hoffman from Almost Famous, because he plays a famous writer, right?
He played Lester Bangs.
They talk about Lester Bangs. They interview Cameron Crowe because he was a contributor. He was a writer for them at one point. But they don't show a clip from Almost Famous.
Oh, boo!
But the thing is, you get enough Lester that it's fine.
Yeah.
So 3 stars for that.
All right, then. Made in Italy.
Made in Italy. This is at Megaplex, and then it can be on some video on demand. Liam Neeson as an artist, as a bohemian artist in London, and Michael Richardson, who is his son, who's Liam Neeson's real life son, playing his son, who they go to Italy to try to get the family owns this house there in Tuscany, and they need to sell it so the son can have money to do stuff, to buy a gallery and get his life back in order. But the house first off is a mess as far as wiring and plumbing and whatnot, but also it's loaded with memories of Neeson's wife, Richardson's mother,
Natasha,
and the parallels to the real life, what's actually happened in the real lives of those two, comes through in some of the best scenes in the movie. It's very predictable in a lot of. I mean, it's very sort of formulaic in the basic sense, but the emotions of those guys are really good. Plus, you're never going to get to Tuscany anymore, so this is the closest you're going to get to be able to see all that beautiful stuff. Funny enough, the director, first-time director, is James Darcy, who people would recognize as Jarvis in the Marvel movies.
Okay.
So it's his first movie, first directing work, and it's pretty cool. So 3 stars for that.
3 stars. Does it explain then why Liam Neeson decided to become a killing machine in all of his other movies?
I think that's waiting for the sequel.
Okay. All right. So quickly, she dies tomorrow.
She dies tomorrow. Okay. When we look back on the movies that are coming out right now during the pandemic, they're either going to be time capsules of life in the before times, or they're going to be weirdly prescient, predicting everything and how did they know.
Mm-hmm.
This is that. This one is that movie. This one is that one. You start with a woman who wakes up one morning and has the notion, I'm going to die tomorrow, and that just fixates in her head, and she tells her friend that, and then the friend gets fixated with, I'm going to die tomorrow, and then she goes to somebody's birthday party, and everybody at the party hears this and then goes, I'm going to die tomorrow, and it is so. It is like a horror movie where you never see the monster. It is like this sense of creeping dread that passes through from person to person, and the idea of anxiety as a contagion. It is amazing. It's beautifully shot. It's visually it's amazing. This director Amy Seimetz, she actually took the money she made starring in the Pet Sematary remake to bankroll this movie. And she wrote and directed, and it is eerie and unsettling and disturbing, and it is exactly the metaphor for what we're all going through right now. So it's really worth checking out. 3.5 stars.
And that's video on demand in most platforms.
You can see all of these at x96.com or on Sean's website, moviecricket.net.
Sean, thanks for being with us. Please take care. Best to your family, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you.
All right. Talk later.
Traffic, Gina, please.
I thought Paul Bettany was Jarvis.
Yeah, Paul Bettany is Jarvis. He may be confusing the TV show, or the Jarvis from the TV show, which he was also in a Marvel movie, but
okay.
Crash
northbound US 89 at eastbound I-84 in Ogden. It is in the median. Stalled vehicle westbound SR 201 to go southbound 215 West Ramp in Salt Lake. The ramp blocked. Traffic is having to use the shoulder to get by there. And I'll check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in anything. Nope, but they want to know if you're entertained. Haster Games has a huge inventory of great board games, magic, and more. Haster Games, 6831 South State, and HasterGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
Round 2 of your boners and big boy news next. What do we got?
Because he talks science, that's why we're out to get him. Number 2, I told you, don't forget the ketchup. And number 3, well, he is Uncle Joe, so it seems like the logical choice.
All right, so round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. UtahAdvocates.com.
Oh, if you've had an accident,
doesn't have to be a car accident. I know we talk about car accidents a lot, but there are lots of ways you can get injured.
Trip and fall.
That your insurance company might be giving you a hard time about paying for that. Get the advocates involved.
You are injured on somebody else's property due to their negligence. That happens. Car accidents are the most common, as Gina said, but the Utah Advocates, they take all kinds of cases. They can handle almost everything over the phone. When you give them a call at 801-355-5550, you will be put in touch with an attorney immediately. It's free until they get you a settlement. That's the only time they get paid, is if they take your case and they get you a settlement. So give them a call if you've been hurt in an accident. Don't mess around with the insurance companies yourself. You can let the advocates do that. 801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com. I've just been meaning to ask you, Gina, the last 3 days, and I forgot. Well,
What?
the last 2 days.
What?
So you went to collect your daughter at camp.
Yes.
On Saturday, I think it was.
Friday.
And we'd had some discussion last week about the letters, and that you had written a letter to her, a daily letter that she took with her.
Yes.
And you instructed her to open one a day.
Yes.
And being the good little girl she
Yes.
is, I'm sure that's exactly the way she did it.
Yes.
Whereas when I was a little kid, when I'd gotten to camp, I would just want to open them all.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to read them all. And then she was incommunicado
For a week.
For really 7 days? Was it 7 days?
Sunday to Friday.
Yeah. Okay. And so the only communication that you could have with her would be a letter that she would send you.
Right.
And you kept waiting for the letter and waiting for the letter. And I said, you're not going to get the letter until after you pick her up. Have you received, as you went to get her and collected her tear-stained pillow and all of the soiled bedding and everything? And
She did very well, actually, at camp.
well, I'm sure she did, but
I'm saying there wasn't a tear-stained pillow.
I joke.
I know. As I got home with her after we picked it up, it was in the mailbox.
As I thought.
Yes.
And was the letter tear-stained?
No.
Was it very detailed?
Yes.
What did she write it the first day, or did she just write it, like the day before you?
And then express it.
She wrote it halfway through, and she said, "Next year I know to write it earlier in the week."
But there you go.
But
it might have gotten to you.
Mm-hmm. But it was a happy letter. I'm having a great time. And she said, I knew you would ask, Mom. The food is great, is what the letter said.
Food is great.
I knew you would ask.
And then she had no trouble finding an owl to deliver it.
No, came right to the.
Right.
She's very, very methodical in her thinking. She said, I sent it on Wednesday. I should send it earlier next time, but I should at least wait a day till I've done something to write about so she's figuring out the best day to send it. It's probably Tuesday, and then I would get it. So, but she did great. She wants to go back. So
she did the rope swing. She swam in the lake. She went canoeing. Killed a bear.
No,
none of that.
No.
What do they do? What do they sit around and sew?
They made bread.
That's not camp. You go out. You got to go out and kill squirrels and play capture the flag at night, and then kids get lost in the woods.
At the very least, play with the fire.
Yeah, roast martin. No fire.
Poking a stick in it.
No.
They made bread. They had morning meditation.
What?
Sissy camp. We did yoga, Mom.
She loved it. That's all that matters.
Sissy camp.
Okay.
We had bets.
All right,
Who had 820? Because it's
I
now.
don't
Yeah,
remember.
who did?
I think it was you, Carrie.
Gina,
you
you
bet
said
that the
8:15.
internet would.
Gina, you said 8:15.
Jeannie.
You were closest. I was
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, look, it's
Yeah,
gone to hell
It just happened.
right
So
now.
mine was
Just
earlier.
happened.
Mine was earlier, I bet, because it seemed to
Yeah,
be
I
getting
bet 10
happening
to-
earlier and earlier.
I bet 10-8, so I was off.
All right.
Meaning for us to have technical difficulties.
So again,
so
you
it
people
sounds-
listening can't hear it, but it's different for us what we've got going here.
What you can hear is us walking all over each other from time to time because there's at least a 5-second lag among what we're doing here.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, let me do the intro, and then I'll just throw to you for the boners, and we'll go from there. All right. So here we go. Round 2 of your boner voting. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become the boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It has to go up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fights. Right now, pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. How many seconds was there between Gina speaking and me announcing the boner candidate? 4 seconds, yeah. There you go. It's a tight show, isn't it? Here's boner candidate number 1. Because he talks science, that's why we're out to get him. Dr. Anthony Fauci said on Wednesday that he and his family have needed continued and beefed up security because of harassment and death threats over his statements about the coronavirus pandemic. Getting death threats for me and my family and harassing my daughters to the point where I have to get security is just, well, I mean, it's amazing, Fauci said during an interview with CNN's Sanjay Gupta on Wednesday. I wish that my family didn't have to go through that. The nation's top infectious disease expert has had his own security detail since at least April in the face of mounting threats against his life. Fauci didn't go into detail, but noted that threats and harassment are part of the, quote, unseemly things that crises bring out in the world, adding, it brings out the best of people, but it also brings out the worst. Fauci, who is 79, expressed shock that people could be so misguided. I wouldn't have imagined in my wildest dreams that people who object to things that are pure public health principles are so set against it and don't like what you and I say, namely in the word of science, that they actually threaten you, he said. I mean, to me, that's just strange. Boner candidate number 1, because he talks science. That's why we're out to get him. Here's boner candidate number 2. I told you, don't forget the ketchup. Enrico County, Virginia. Police are working to identify a woman who allegedly punched a teenaged McDonald's employee in the face after the employee forgot to put ketchup on her sandwich. The alleged assault took place at the White Oak McDonald's in eastern Enrico County. The victim's mother said that the woman approached her daughter and instigated a fight after she forgot to put ketchup on the woman's sandwich. She asked my daughter if she had a problem, and my daughter said, no, I have no problem. And then the woman said, oh, yeah? Well, let's take this outside. And then she punched the young woman in the face.
Because that'll get you your ketchup faster.
Yeah, it'll fix everything, yeah.
What's wrong with people?
I told you, don't forget the ketchup. Boner candidate
Because
number
just
2.
handing the hamburger back and saying there's no ketchup on this wasn't good enough. Assault had to happen. Okay. All right. All right.
Coming
up in a
Up
moment.
in a moment. Boner can. Okay, I'm just making sure. Boner candidate number 3. Well, he is Uncle Joe, so that's a logical choice, isn't it?
All right, candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Not only do we enjoy the delay, we enjoy the slight bubbling sounds that we get occasionally. It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Internet.
Upgrade. We've upgraded your Internet.
Jerry Falwell has apologized. He was a
Junior.
boner candidate yesterday, Jerry Falwell Jr. Yeah, it'd be pretty weird, Gina, if Jerry Falwell Sr. had apologized from the grave. Okay,
Just
I'll be
saying.
specific. Jerry Falwell Jr. has apologized for the picture. Did he win the boner of the day yesterday? I can't even remember.
He was nominated, but I don't think he won, no.
He had there was that picture of him with his pants unzipped. He gave
That's
a
gross.
bizarre... He gave a bizarre interview to apologize. Now, there was a photo of him with a woman. They both had their pants kind of unzipped. He said about that, it's weird because, this woman, she was pregnant, and she couldn't get her pants up, and I was, trying to, I had a pair of jeans on, and I hadn't worn them in a long time, and I couldn't get my pants zipped up either, and so I just put my belly out like hers because she's pregnant, and I never should have put it up there and embarrassed her because anyway, I've apologized to everybody, promised my kids I wouldn't do. Oh, who is the woman? Some assistant, some person who works for him.
Now, this is a different excuse from what they had yesterday, which was we're pretending to be characters from a TV show.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's this.
Yeah.
Which it looked like it was costumes. She looks like she has a wig on. It looks like costumes.
People said in the interview, which I didn't listen to the audio, but they said he also sounds like he's drunk. So there you go.
No, that was just a prop.
No,
it's
no.
Not
In the
real drink in the.
No, Gina, in the apology interview.
Oh.
In the apology interview, that one where he said this is what happened. It sounded as though he were drunk. It was Jerry Falwell Sr., Gina, from the grave. And Cameron Diaz says, and I hope you're all happy to know this, that she's at peace after quitting acting in Hollywood 6 years ago.
Good.
Gwyneth Paltrow called her up and said, Cameron, hi, it's me, Gwenny. How are you doing? I know you haven't been in Hollywood for 6 years. Are you okay? Yes, Gwyneth. I'm at peace, she said. In other news, an ex-wife of Democratic 1st Congressional District candidate Darren Perry here in Utah says he lied about regularly paying child support for their 7 children. And a daughter now is publicly saying that candidate Perry abandoned the family after he had several affairs. The candidate says that the accusations dredge up misdeeds that he thought he had repented of and moved beyond years ago. He adds that he has learned from his mistakes and is a better person and leader now. So he says he'll remain in the race to replace retiring Republican Representative Rob Bishop. He faces Republican nominee Blake Moore in the November 3rd election. Haley Perry, 27 years old, made the public statements in online comments section attached to the Salt Lake Tribune story about the child support claims. She later verified through Facebook Messenger that the comments were from her. She declined to add to them further. She said, Darren Perry is my dad. When I was 11 years old, he had an affair with my best friend's mom. He had numerous affairs. He left my family, and he never looked back, she wrote. He never asked to see us, and per the article, he was never regular with child support payments. None of his adult children have any sort of relationship with him. We all decided to turn our heads when we found out he was running for Congress, meaning
And
we
he
weren't
doesn't
going to
deny this.
meaning we weren't going to say anything about it until he blatantly lied about it, she said. He's not an honest man in any way, shape, or form. We're lucky to have the mom we do. She fought to be the mom and the dad for all 7 kids, and continues to do that today. Darren turns his head to his adult children in times of trouble or hardship. The candidate, in an interview, acknowledged, "I hurt a lot of people, so I'm just trying to move forward and be a better person from it." He said some of his daughter's assertions were exaggerated. For example, "I tried to have a relationship with them, and I do with my other kids. They are my life." But he said that with Haley, "I destroyed her life. When we got divorced, it was a tough time for her. She was young, and we were really close. I was her basketball coach. It destroyed that little girl, and I tried every day to make amends to her." So, people do make mistakes. I think when you make those
Sounds
kind
like
of
he made multiple mistakes.
well, and it is possible to repent of those mistakes and to live a better life. But when you decide to run for office,
it comes out.
That comes out. He may be now today a much better, fine person. But so, Ammon Bundy, known for his standoffs with federal authorities, has urged a crowd in Utah County to take a stance against the government by not allowing mandates to wear masks in public. That's the way we will defend our rights, is with our neighbors. It'll come down to each one of us saying no, Bundy told a crowd
Because
of around
why?
200
Give
people.
me a good reason.
A crowd of 200 people at Orem's City Center Park.
My freedoms.
It's freedoms. You know, I want freedom from the government, except when I'm grazing my cows on government land and not paying for it.
Yeah.
Yep, you don't own that, Ammon.
Well, I've been here for a long time.
I know your dad says that. Show me the piece of paper that says that's your land.
Let's see. The smoke is clearing in Beirut, but boy, people are angry because this is just an example, a huge example of government negligence and oversight, and a government that cares more about itself than it cares about the people that elected it.
Mm-hmm.
There's still no any kind of indication that this was a deliberate act, this explosion.
No.
It was an accident, but it's an accident that didn't need to happen. When you're storing 62 million pounds or whatever it was of fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer, in a warehouse next to a fireworks warehouse. It's like I don't know who said it yesterday, but it was like a Wile E. Coyote and
it's the Acme warehouse.
Good Lord! And finally, this.
Well, just quickly, Bill. I've been waiting for you to do it all morning, and you haven't. We had our own fireworks fire in Sandy this morning.
I saw that. It's apparently it was an intentional thing. Go ahead.
Oh, there was a Smith's grocery store in Sandy that had a trailer that had a bunch of fireworks on it.
Yeah.
And it looks like somebody purposefully set that on fire.
Yeah, nobody was hurt, fortunately, and it took them a while to get it under control. But, yeah, hey, there's a fireworks trailer. Let's go. Oh, that'll be good.
That would be fun.
And Gina, Asian hornets, giant Asian hornets.
Is that what bit me?
Well,
maybe.
The hornet species, the world's largest, they say, so they found them in Washington State. That's pretty close to here. And as they said, they are traveling. And one of them was heard to remark something about the crossroads of the West. So I don't know.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, if you've been wondering how Danica Patrick is handling her breakup with Aaron Rodgers, she's handling it by hitting the lake in a tiny bikini. That's how she's dealing with her breakup. There's just pictures of her on Instagram. She's fine.
Oh, good.
Oh, Bill, I think your food's here. Is that what that is?
I don't
know. We've got the Jazz. They beat the Memphis Grizzlies, and they play the Spurs tomorrow at 11 a.m. That's sports. Weather, it will be 96 and sunny today, a little bit breezy, and that breeze, boy, it's going to cool things down tomorrow to a cool 93. It'll feel better, actually, and we'll be in the low 90s, it looks like, for the rest of the weekend. Traffic bridge work on I-15 near 33rd South has been delayed by a day. UDOT crews now plan to close the 33rd South on-ramp southbound I-15 this Thursday from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. and Saturday from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. Crash northbound US 89 at eastbound I-84 in Ogden. It is in the median. And I believe that is it. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent us anything. Nope. Santalast offers FDA-certified hand sanitizers that disinfect as well or better than most sanitizers on the market, continuing to kill bacteria and viruses on contact for up to 24 hours. Santalast.com.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, he is Uncle Joe, so maybe it's the logical choice, huh? A Virginia mayor is facing calls to resign for a Facebook post saying that Joe Biden just announced Aunt Jemima as his running mate.
What?
Luray Mayor Barry Pressgraves posted the comment late Sunday on his Facebook page, was later removed, but not before the offensive remark was condemned by a council member. I'm willing to strongly urge you to resign over a racist comment you made on Facebook, said a council member in an email to the 3-term mayor. The comment you posted has a type of humor that has not been appropriate or funny in my lifetime or yours. Pressgraves' resignation is imperative, said the council member, since she and many residents of the small town have lost faith in his ability to effectively lead after his racially charged post. Yeah, he tweeted out, Joe Biden has just announced Aunt Jemima for his vice presidential pick. Ha, ha, ha. Well, he is Uncle Joe, so that seems like the logical choice, doesn't it? Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, because he talks science. That's why we're out to get him. Dr. Anthony Fauci says his family needs security because they get continuing death threats and harassment. Boner candidate number 2, I told you, don't forget the ketchup. A McDonald's employee punched in the face for forgetting ketchup on a sandwich. And boner candidate number 3, well, he is Uncle Joe, so seems the logical choice to me.
Okay. It is time to pick your winner for round 2 of your boner voting. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put that number, that single digit, is all that's needed in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting August 6, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. That's how you vote for round 2. We're going to get a winner of this round, put it up against the winner of round 1 we did an hour ago, but we'll take both of our winners and put them into the Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you're picking your champion for round 2. Send one of these forward. X96.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds better.
Oh, I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know what
they assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was just, we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use, but to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just.
Mm-hmm.
But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Oh.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it's just like he said, Net, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No,
no. So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah, I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, "Oh hell, he ain't dead." and then so we walked him in the parade.
Okay, 8:46, time to award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a glass of white wine.
And our lunch should be arriving shortly. Thursday is family night at Diversion Eatery. Get a 16-inch pizza, 10 wings, a big green salad, all for just $25 with promo code FAMILYDEAL, located at 535 North 3rd West and online at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was because he talks science. That's why we're out to get him. People leveling death threats against Dr. Anthony Fauci and his family. It's unthinkable. It's unbelievable to me. Boner candidate number 2, I told you, don't forget the ketchup. It's a woman punching a McDonald's employee in the face because she forgot to put ketchup on the hamburger. And boner candidate number 3, well, he's Uncle Joe, so it does make sense. A Southern or Virginia mayor, small town mayor, urged to resign after making an inappropriate comment saying that Joe Biden, he's going to tap Aunt Jemima to be his vice presidential candidate. Shane won a Boner T-shirt, and the winner, see, number 2 and number 3 kind of split the vote. They both got a sizable amount of them, but couldn't beat number 1. Dr. Fauci's getting death threats. That's Boner winner number 2.
All right, that's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day if it defeats the winner of round 1's voting. We'll take both of our champions and put them against each other. You will decide Boner of the Day at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens. Okay. Before we talk about the Radio from Hell International Film Festival and the winner, we're going to announce the winner just quickly. If you go to x96.com/live, where you can see we're broadcasting live from our homes.
See where I cut myself?
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that.
Right there.
You shouldn't have shaved your goatee.
Yeah, I know.
Keep the goatee. If you look behind me, of course, this is the this week's series of posters, as I have been doing a different poster every day since we have been in COVID. And this is from my childhood bedroom, as you can see, a very romantic painting.
Yes.
Of William Shatner
Romantic?
as Captain Kirk. Well, it's kind of makes him look really kind of sexy and mysterious at the same time.
I think it makes him look kind of mean.
Oh no, he's
At least so it's kind of far away, so it's hard to tell.
he's persevering. You know,
So
he's,
in your childhood bedroom, Carrie,
yes.
where was this in relation to the Lonnie Anderson and Cheryl Tiegs posters?
Well, it was this one was at my headboard, so I wasn't really seeing it. Where
Oh, come on. You're lying. It was on the ceiling, wasn't it?
Where the Lonnie Anderson and the Cheryl Tiegs and all the other girl posters that I had were on the far wall where I could see them.
You sure it wasn't on the ceiling?
It was not, no.
Looking down at it.
I had my Pink Floyd ones on the ceiling. But
I can't remember. I don't think I had many posters, stuff like that when I was. I don't recall. I don't recall any bedroom decor.
Any bedroom decor?
Yeah. That's a word that means decoration, Gino, or adornment, or, putting things on the wall.
I've got pictures somewhere of my bedroom just before I packed up and moved out, and it was all about decor. I mean, I even had spray paint on the wall. I spray painted things on the wall.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to cut pictures out of magazines and post them, like, I don't know, cute people and...
Cute people. Oh, here's a cute person. I'm going to put up a cute person.
Cute
Hardy
people
Boys.
wearing cute clothes that I'm like, I wish I had those clothes.
Look at those white shorts. Aren't those cute? Yeah.
And the Hardy
Yeah,
Boys.
all over my closet.
And the
And
Hardy
then I had
Boys. Kevin
Kevin Bacon from Footloose. I had a poster of.
The movie poster of Footloose?
Yeah.
So you didn't really see him because it's him from the back, kind of like
Dancing,
that. Yeah, so...
I can't.
I
I don't remember any stuff like that in my room. I think I
had horsey posters too.
I remember books. That's all I remember. Books. Books.
Books.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's, There it is. The Radio from Hell International Film Festival has been online, and it's different this time. We used to charge people. We'd hold it in the theater, and we'd charge people to come in and watch these movies. And so we didn't do that this time because, well, the world is weird. And we did it online. So this is the first time not only was it free to you, the public, but you were the judges and not some panel of people with, degrees and things like that.
Yeah, and there should have been.
I think so.
There should have been. The people voted this time, and, well, now the movie that won, it's pretty good. I mean, but I don't know how the third place and the second place is sort of okay. The third place movie, though, I mean, I appreciate the effort that the guys put into it.
Before Bill pees all over this, let me just say thank you to everybody that bothered to make a film and enter it into our Radio from Hell International Film Festival. We are always surprised and delighted at as many people want to be a part of this, and that then it takes effort to make these films.
It does, and there were many films that took way more effort than the one that got the third place votes. It was called Pillow Guy, and I mean, I appreciated their enthusiasm. But, and then the second film was a think piece, the one that came in second, called 6 Days. It was kind of a parody of movie festivals in general, and it had the director and a star of a movie talking pretentiously about the movie they'd made, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. The winner, was lovely. It was well done. It's an animation, and I know we've had animations before.
Yes.
I don't recall if an animation has ever won.
I don't think so.
It was called...
I think I've wanted it to win before, and it hasn't.
Yeah.
This was called The Release. It was by Paola Avanzo. She, I believe,
Yes.
did this all by herself at Salt Lake Community College.
Oh.
An original short, completely planned, directed, and hand-animated by Paola Avanzo, animation student from Salt Lake Community College. The description says, when we keep our feelings deep inside, when the pain is drowning us in darkness, when words can't express our despair anymore, that's when we need a release. We could probably, we could show it.
It's up on our YouTube channels and things like that, and I'm sure we'll share it out on our social medias. This was my favorite one. I will say this. This was my favorite one.
It was really short.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, I think we give them a 5-minute limit. It was, I don't know, Katie, what was it, 3 minutes long maybe?
No, her animation was like 56 seconds long.
Is that all
less than a
Yeah,
minute?
this
Wow.
was less than a minute, and it was beautiful.
Brilliant. See,
I love
perfect.
it.
Absolutely perfect.
Well,
we
Carrie thinks
should
it's a brilliant film because it was only 56 seconds long.
That's right.
But,
We should post these, Katie, not just on our YouTube channel, but put it out on social media, because now that we're telling people who won, I think people are going to want to go back and watch some of
I'll
these.
get it everywhere. Don't worry.
Okay. The film got 968 votes, and Paola won a $500 gift card. And she has now got on her resume, Best in Show at the Radio from Hell Second Annual International Film Festival. I'm sure that'll get her right into Disney or Pixar or wherever she needs to go. Just show them that.
yeah, listen, we are known in the International Film Festival circuit.
No, honestly, I think we're going to be hearing from her. I think she's got some real talent there as far as animation goes.
It's a very nice animation. Yeah, Katie, you're right. It's only 56 seconds long.
That's all you need.
It's nicely done. Yeah, congratulations.
So
and what it intends to convey, it conveys very well. You wouldn't have to read that description to know what it's about. There's no words to it or anything like that. It's just animation. Nice.
A lot of people who voted for that one said they're happy that that.
Oh,
it won.
good.
Well, that's good. All right,
And
so
I'm
there you go.
sorry,
That's the winner.
for some reason we were going to try and get Paola on the radio.
Well, she either didn't answer her phone or saw a strange number and decided not to pick up, which most people do.
That's what I do.
Or
there you go.
Or,
Congratulations.
Never mind.
Traffic, Gina.
Bridge work on I-15 near 33rd South has been delayed by a day. UDOT crews now plan to close the 33rd South on-ramp to go southbound I-15 this Thursday from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. and Saturday from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. No active incidents to tell you about right now, so just a little planning for that UDOT construction. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. Boner Fight is on the way. Mary Nichols is going to call in all kinds of stuff happening. You care about the air, UCAIR.
I do care about the air. That's why I try to trip chain when I am going out into the world.
Trip chain, what's that?
Well, it's where I think about my day and go, okay, I need to go to the grocery store and I need to go here, and I'm going to try to plan it so I'm not driving all over the place. Is the limit of my amount of driving.
The UCARE people at UCAIR, ucare.org, there are all kinds of suggestions there about how you can so you don't have to drive as much and put ozone into the air, because that stuff is toxic. It's not good for you, and it's really bad for kids, and it's really bad for people on the west side or on the I-15 corridor. That's where it really hangs around too. So go to ucare.org and find out how you can help. ucare.org.
Have you tried?
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually. And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always and you always put on a little weight on vacation. So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking.
A lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That. Would you please? Damn it, Gina. Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I mean, I say, oh, is Aunt Flo here? You know, I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
Are you trying to be funny?
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
You always say that, though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really? That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, my God, why didn't you go to the doctor?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots,
no,
get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just
that's-
keeps his head down and does his head down and does his job. Worried about the circus performers.
What are they going to do? Maybe they'll all be DJs in LA.
I heard the Feld Entertainment family say, we're closing down the circus, 146 years, and we have 400 employees, and we are going to do our best to find jobs for them. And then they went on to say, there is some difficulty finding jobs for people who have been living on a train most of their lives, like
their families,
like a
that do
train.
it. Yeah.
A train that travels around the country. Yeah. They live on a train. They're circus performers. This is the life they know. There's going to be some difficulty of job placement for them. So I don't know. I think maybe we should start some sort of program. If you can take in a circus performer,
won't you put refugee circus performer?
I don't want new circus people living next door to me.
Now think about it. How handy it might be to have a circus performer of some sort living with you.
They could climb on your roof pretty easily.
Yeah.
I bet.
If you
clean out your gutters, I bet they could do that.
I bet they'd be very handy around the house. Circus performers would be they know how to do all kinds of things. They would know how to go next door and scam your neighbors out of stuff.
I don't trust them.
They would know how to. I mean, if there are any, for instance, if you have neighborhood chickens, I'll bet they can steal chickens. Circus performers can do all kinds.
Can steal chickens?
I think they know how to steal chickens. I think they know the best houses to get free meals. I think they know all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm glad you've been worried about this.
I'm worried about them,
and want to find a solution.
Where are they going to? But I did think about that. I mean, these people really have been. The Feld was one of the women, one of the daughters of the Feld family said, "We're going to try and job place, but some of these people have been living on the circus train most of their lives.
Maybe they can be engineers,
porters, waiters. I don't know." Conductors, brakemen. It's just weird.
Not near me. Don't trust them.
Nope.
On this day.
In 1952, Pat McDonald, American musician, songwriter from Timbuk 3, had the 1987 hit, The Future's So Bright, I Gotta Wear Shades, and My Doorbell's Ringing. I know who that is. I'm going to go get it.
It's Diversion Eatery.
Yeah, bring us some food around.
Did Timbuk 3 have any other...
they had a hit with us, but not with the nation.
What other song did we play by them?
I can't remember. I know we played a couple of tracks, and there was a second one that was reasonably popular. But Not with anyone else but our listeners at the time.
So Gina has gone to get her delivery from Diversion Eatery, and I have already gotten mine off my front porch.
My food should be coming. My friend Sid, she swears by Diversion's pizzas. So I said, send us up a pizza. Surprise me.
Just whatever. Put whatever on it.
Yeah, just surprise me. And I think I heard that it's going to be the Hawaiian pizza is what I heard.
Oh, is Ryan on the phone?
Ryan is on the phone. Hello,
Hi, Ryan.
How are you?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Well, I'm doing pretty well now that I'm digging into this food. This is...
What'd you get?
Well, I decided, because I'm trying to lose some weight,
Mm-hmm.
so I thought, well, I'll try these tacos that don't have taco shells.
Ah.
They wrap them up in a big hunk of lettuce.
Ooh.
And and it's delicious. It's kind of like just eating a salad, but you know what I've like I don't know what so I've just been tasting this a little bit, Ryan. You put in there's some chicken in here, and is this pulled pork? Is that what this is?
Yeah, we got carnitas, we gave you some steak, and then we gave you some chicken as well. So all freshly cooked today and everything.
Yeah,
so
the carnita is delicious. Oh man, it's good.
What'd you get, Gina?
I just got mine. It's got my name on it because you know when it has my name on it, it's got a plain hamburger in there. But you say, oh, just a plain hamburger. The burger at Diversion Eatery, part of what I like about the way I do my burger is I want to taste the burger. And I don't know what seasoning you put on there, Ryan, but it's delicious.
What do you do?
It's kind of our own special blend that me and this guy named Chef Mark out at Cisco, we came up together and stuff like that. It's about 16 different spices in it and everything. Wow. So we're looking for a different blend, and we kind of blend it up here in-house.
My favorite is I get their nachos because their nachos are really wonderful. And I don't eat meat, obviously. So instead of meat, they just give me all of these extra salsas and guacamole, and it's great. I love it. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, not a problem. You should try our portobello tacos one time, Katie. Those don't have meat, or our vegetarian pizza on cauliflower crust. That's a vegetarian and vegan friendly as well.
Really? That sounds great.
Well, nice to have those options, and of course you're doing the drive-up or the walk-up service and delivery as well.
But you are having people into the restaurant, and how's that going, Ryan?
That's going well and everything. I would say most of the majority of people understand the rules and regulations and can identify the X spots and where they can and can't sit. And we have a patio outside as well that helps some people that don't feel comfortable sitting inside anymore, but they still want to eat out. So that helps out to keep the distance there. We got, we have hand sanitizer everywhere. I bought a bunch of masks in case some people's breaks or they forget theirs. We'll give it to them for free and everything when they come in. So we do our best. We have plexiglass up everywhere. So we do as best we can.
Ryan, you have a very diverse menu. And I often wonder with restaurants that do that, how do you keep all of those balls in the air?
You just, when you start opening up, you're not really sure what's going to sell. But after a while, you kind of see a trend in sales. So you know what you need to order and keep order on fresh. And I use a lot of local products, so I can usually order the day before, and I get it delivered the next day on that area, or I can go pick it up. So that helps keep up on the fresh products and everything, and the diverse menu, what you need on your items and everything like that. So to keep those balls in the air, you have to have a good team. You have to get some good cooks and good chefs to kind of let you know, and just have checklists and balances.
Well, you've done very well, because the steak is delicious. That's in the tacos, and the pulled pork is delicious too. And I don't think I've gotten to the chicken yet. Excellent stuff. What's your best seller at Diversion Eatery?
Our best seller at Diversion Eatery, I'll give you two, is the Old Timer Burger. That's just the classic cheeseburger sandwich is the number one, and then our barbecue chicken pizza is probably our buffalo chicken pizza is our best selling pizza on that, with buffalo sauce and gorgonzola cheese and chicken and red onions and everything.
Cool. Now, Ryan, Diversion Eatery, I notice we do your commercials, and you have been advertising Open Mic Night. Tell us a little bit about that. What kinds of things happen, and has it been working, and what's been going on with that?
Yeah, we've kind of not really doing open mic right now. We kind of just started just keeping the musician going on instead, because bringing your own mic and all that kind of stuff really didn't go very well, at least where my safety concerns was kind of going. So we started doing a Monday music night instead and everything like that, where we can keep we lock some doors and we lose a couple extra seats here to kind of keep a 10-foot buffer away, and people can come and listen to musician on Monday or even on Sunday for our brunch menu as well. We've kind of done music. So the music's doing pretty well. I think people are starved to do some type of activity that want to go out, but we make sure we keep every distance that we can possible.
Well, this tastes great, Ryan. The delivery is prompt and wonderful, and you get here when you say you're going to get here. Tell people where Diversion Eatery is, and where are you located?
Yeah, we're at 535 North, 300 West, just in downtown Salt Lake City, in the heart of the Marbury District, across the street from the Marbury Library.
All right.
Great stuff.
And what's the
Diversion
website?
Eatery.
Take a look at the menu.
All right. Hey, thank
Ryan,
you guys very much, and enjoy your food.
All right.
Thanks,
and you
Ryan.
can look them up online to take a look at the menu
Ryan.
as well. Thank you, Ryan. All right.
Thank you.
And this is the other hit from Timbuk 3, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Don't remember it.
You remember that? Yeah, I barely remember it. Hairstyles and attitudes. All right. Okay. My security system says that my food is here now, so let's take a break. And after these, we'll have a reasonable amount of news and boner fight to determine boner of the day, all coming up. Stand by for that. Quick Quack. I just like saying Quick Quack.
We'll say it again.
Oh, I got to go to Quick Quack Car Wash today and wash my car. I parked my car on the street and I've got all these hard water stains on it. I gotta go wash it today.
So if you're wondering where a Quick Quack Car Wash is near you, there are 23 locations along the Wasatch Front, so you should be able to find one. But go to don'tdrivedirty.com. You'll find them from Eagle Mountain to Brigham City. One thing that Quick Quack Car Wash does that's really cool is they have affordable, unlimited memberships. Start as low as $19.99 a month. That's $19.99 a month, and you can take your car into Quick Quack Car Wash whenever you want. The vacuums are always free. It is green and clean, earth-friendly car washing. Look, don't drive dirty. Drive clean with Quick Quack Car Wash. Find out where one is near you by going to don'tdrivedirty.com. Look for the big yellow duck.
The school.
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
No, my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. Listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I've forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses.
Oh.
And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? No. Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, "Oh, I'll try that"?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind of...
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's...
I have things in common with molasses.
That's well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January. That's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it. And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
Yeah, there you go. And then of course, there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the really. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
When buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big
It's
Thunder
Splash
Mountain?
Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. $9:20 right now. Mary Nichols will be calling us here very soon. But we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 or 8 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount bordering on big boy news brought to you by
Diversion Eatery. See what they wrote on my hamburger container?
Can't
Can you
see
read
it.
that backwards?
Gina
It
Special.
says Gina Special.
Because you are, and
You
it
are.
is.
Yes.
Oh,
You are
Katie.
special.
Katie Notch.
Thanks.
I'm just getting out my Diversion Eatery toothpick here. I have a toothpick in the...
You have to do the news here, Bill.
I know, and I can pick my teeth at the same time. You know why? I'm a professional. I just checked. It's because I said we'll be following this story for you all morning long. Cameron Diaz is still at peace.
She is?
Yeah, she's
Good.
still at peace. As of last hour, at about this time, she was at peace. She's still at peace. That looks delicious.
good.
What's on it? That piece of pizza from Diversion.
It is the Hawaiian pizza.
Ah.
I said surprise me, and they said, okay, Hawaiian, and I went, okay. And then I remembered Sue doesn't like pineapple, so I'm sorry, Sue.
All your pizza.
I'd say it's funny. People think of think Hawaiian pizza is an abomination. Some people do for some reason, and I don't get that.
I don't either.
It's a beautiful combination of pepperoni and is it pepperoni or Canadian bacon?
Canadian bacon.
Ham.
Canadian bacon.
Ham.
Please, Canadian bacon and Hawaiian pineapple.
Well, you get
It's
the
a
salt and the
Hawaiian
sweet.
pizza. Don't you think it's ham and not Canadian bacon? It's a
either.
Hawaiian pizza.
If it were Hawaiian, a true Hawaiian pizza, it'd probably be Spam, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Let me check here.
I
Hang
need
on.
that, too.
Yeah, me too. Hang on. Let's see. Yeah, Cameron Diaz is still at peace. Still
Okay,
in
we got
case.
that.
Okay. Ryan Reynolds was asked if there's going to be a Deadpool 3, and he said, and you can quote him on this, he said, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to know anything these days,
I don't know.
isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know why people keep asking him. I think that when they have a decision made, they'll let us know. I mean, they're not going to keep it a secret.
But at the same time, someone also asked him, Ryan, do you like Hawaiian pizza? And he said, I don't know. So I don't know. There's something wrong there, I think.
Yeah, what's going on with Deadpool is, well, Disney just bought it, and they don't know what to do with the mutants that they have. They've got more toys now, and they're not quite sure how to fit them into their universe yet. They will. They'll get there. It may take a while, but they'll get there.
I don't know. One person was killed, 3 others critically wounded when gunfire erupted during a party held for an NFL player at a Beverly Hills mansion. So that's how you do.
What are we having a party for? There should be no parties.
The LAPD received a. It's pretty clear that you're not an NFL star, Gina.
No.
The LAPD received a call about a large party at 7:30 Monday, Mulholland Drive, upscale Beverly Crest neighborhood. A man who said he was working security for the party said he was being thrown for an unidentified NFL player. In a video, one reveler posted to Instagram about 20 gun blasts could be heard in 2 series of firings, followed by chaos as partygoers running for safety. Quote, a bunch of gangsters came in and robbed everybody and started shooting everybody. A lot of people with money and guns and gangsters got crazy, and I ran for my life. It was crazy, said the person on Twitter. The 3 people who were shot were rushed to hospitals where 1 person died and 2 others in critical but stable condition. A man in his 30s, a woman in her 40s were among the victims. These are people with money. These are people with swimming pools and mansions at their beck and call.
Mm-hmm.
And
that means they're immune to the virus. Famous people can get together in big groups, and the virus won't catch them.
Well, even more telling, Gina, is that somebody came in and shot a bunch of them.
Oh, well, there's that. But
yeah.
I'm just stuck on that they're having a party.
Apparently you are. Utah is offering rental assistance as federal moratoriums that prevented evictions ends. If you can't pay your rent because of COVID-19, the state of Utah announced rental assistance for people who are losing that $600 weekly federal unemployment benefit. The Utah Department of Workforce Services is tweaking the rules to allow more people to apply for it. You can contact a Department of Workforce Services for qualifications and application information. The Democrats are demanding that rules for the United States Postal Service that have slowed down delivery of mail be reversed. President Trump, Capitol Hill, Democratic leaders on Capitol Hill told negotiators for President Trump on Wednesday that preserving funding for the U.S. Postal Service and removing new rules that have slowed delivery are essential ingredients of a new coronavirus relief bill in a year when Americans plan to vote by mail. Elections are sacred, said Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. He said to do cutbacks when all ballots have to be counted. We can't say, we'll get to 94% of them. That's insufficient. But this has purposely been done by the Trump administration. Cut budgets, cut staffing, and change the rules around to clog up the mail system so that it makes voting by mail very difficult. And makes it what it was not before, and that is suspect.
Well, and 2 things. He also said yesterday that if you're in Florida, vote by mail's fine.
Right, because we got a Republican governor there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is,
there.
the government is more than happy to use the post office for lots of stuff. Like sending you your IRS checks, or sending the IRS stuff, your taxes. We do that by mail.
Yeah.
They trust the mail for your driver's license. They trust your mail for all kinds of things. But for some reason, what would it be?
I don't know. So people are buying stuff in a panic buying because of the pandemic.
Wait, just tell me what I need to panic buy.
Well,
I'm always looking
here's some
for a new thing to panic buy.
Here are some of the items that people are panic buying. Kayaks.
You know, that's funny. Joe's been looking for kayaks to buy, and they're sold out everywhere. They really are.
Well, that's not funny.
Uh-huh.
That's not funny at all. That's kind of tragic, Gina, that you, a poor family from Salt Lake, was unable to get a kayak. You could have, you guys could have survived on that kayak for days. Pools, tents, and trampolines.
Stuff to do at home, stuff to do outside.
It's funny. We were going to buy a trampoline the other day, and they were all out of trampolines.
You weren't going to buy a trampoline.
Hell no. Hell no. We had a trampoline, and we
How many
dismantled
arms
it.
were broken?
None, fortunately, but we got
Two
one.
of my sisters broke their arm on a We didn't even have a trampoline. These were neighbors' trampolines.
You're just
Two of them.
standing near one, and their arms were
Yeah.
broken.
They fell on you.
Brittle bone disease in the Barberi family.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
So, which doctor are you gonna vote for?
Oh.
In the Boner Fight. Number one, the winner from round one. Well, he's a Fox News doctor, boasting that Donald Trump is very cognitively advanced. This is Dr. Mark Siegel. He says that because Trump was able to ace that cognitive test by remembering person, woman, man, camera, TV. It's hard to remember, but for me it was easy. It was easy, and he could tell an elephant from a crocodile. This doctor says, well, that proves he's very, very, very cognitively well, and this is the same guy who also he's made all kinds of ridiculous claims about things as time has gone on. Going up against number two. Well, because he talks science, that's why we're out to get him. So people are not out to get that Dr. Siegel, who says Trump is cognitively great, but they are out to get Anthony Fauci, the 89-year-old or 79-year-old infectious disease specialist. I want to get him because he tells the truth. Let's get him. He has extra security against his family. That's number two.
All right, you've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number is all we need in the message of a text. That's how the computer counts it. Anything else in there just confuses it. So put that number in the message of a text, then text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online to x96.com. Once you get to x96.com successfully, refresh your browser so that the box that says Boner Fight August 6th, 2020 will appear, and you can vote online. Pretty easy to do. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Here we go. This is Boner of the Day. Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but So are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones
but
on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
And and they'd put
the
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go.
Drippers.
The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think
Do you?
anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
.37, time to award Boner of the Day.
You bet. And it's brought to you in part by coconut curry lentils and a nice glass of wine.
And right now, at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires, serve up to $150 off select sets of Big O brand tires, the team you trust.
Big O Tires, yeah, the team you trust. So we had, I'm sorry, I just had a stroke.
Don't have a stroke.
No, I was going to say it's time to announce the winner of the boner fight, and yet Big O Tires came out of my mouth. I don't know what happened there. It was odd. But at any rate, here we go. The winner of round one was, he's a Fox News doctor. This is the doctor that was on Fox boasting that Donald Trump is very cognitively advanced. He also said the flu, the coronavirus will turn out to be just the flu. He also made some claims that, listen, when Obama was president, the H1N1 swine flu killed 300,000 people. Well, no, it didn't. He's just a lying doctor is what he is. Going up against number two, because he talks science, that's why we're out to get him. Dr. Anthony Fauci says his family needs security because of death threats and continued harassment. And the winner, boner candidate number two, Dr. Fauci having to have increased security because of death threats.
All right, there you go. That's the boner of the day for Thursday, August 6, 2020. Now qualified to be boner of the week. That happens tomorrow at about this time. All decision is removed. Dave the Flower Guy chooses for you who is boner of the week. All right. I think we got Mary Nichols on the phone, don't we?
Channel 2's own Mary Nichols. Hi, Mary.
Yeah. So wait, the doctor who lies didn't win?
He is not the boner winner, no.
But the doctor who tells the truth ends up getting death threats?
No. Don't be confused, Mary. Now,
okay.
You see, this is Gina. This is why we don't want to talk agenda with Mary. We just want to ramble around. Mary, I want you to remember this, okay? Person, man, woman, camera, television.
Television.
Yeah. The boner candidate number two was the fact that Dr. Anthony Fauci, people are threatening his life and he needs extra security.
The people threatening him are the boners.
Yeah.
Okay, now I get it.
Yeah,
all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If it's not in the prompter, I don't get it.
Yeah. So Gina thinks that we should have some agenda and talk to you and not just ramble around. And I kind of like rambling around.
I said let's plan a little bit what we're going to talk to Mary about. And I noticed on Mary's Instagram page that she's covering the back to school, all the anxiety, all the parents and teachers and students are having.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I keep saying we have to be careful because we're saying, and parents are mad. No, some parents are mad, and some parents are frazzled, and some, it's not that not all parents in one school district say, yes, we should be in the classroom all the time. Not all of them say we should do online only. It's like all over the place, and we have to cover everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So
what?
And we can never make everybody happy. That's for sure.
No.
So, I don't know. Do you offer up any advice for people, Mary, who they're going to have to send their kids back to school? I mean, school's going to be open. I guess they don't have to send them back. What do you think people ought to do?
Well, that's the thing. I think every district is a little bit different, and I think they've all been pretty good about listening to parents and trying to make options available so that if your child is, at a compromised immune system or something, that they can stay home. But I don't know if they'll be able to designate a teacher for that or what. Everybody has a different plan. I'm just so glad my kids are in school right now.
Seems like kind of a dangerous experiment with the lives of little kids.
Well, that plus some parents, they can't go to work unless their kids are at school.
Yeah.
And they are working from home and they can't get full-time and get back to work full-time and moving until their kids are in school full-time. And 2 days a week, for some it's not enough. They want to be able to go back to work. So, yeah, it's kind of a catch-22. They're stuck either way.
And I feel bad for the teachers and the principals because, like you were saying, Mary, you can't make everybody happy. There's no way to come up with a plan that serves everybody's needs. So you have to come up with something, hopefully, that helps the most people. But you've got people yelling at you on every side, no matter what you do.
Yeah, and I think they'll make exceptions for just like normal. I mean, if a child's going through a health issue, the school makes an exception for them to get their work at home or to have a tutor or something like that. But it's going to be a lot more exceptions than normal this time around.
Do you have any idea, Mary, what the schools are doing? Is there any kind of level playing field when it comes to let's have people on site who can test kids if they show any symptoms or we think they're ill, if you can immediately test a kid for COVID?
I don't know. I don't even think they have a test yet for that. But kids, well, they are totally immune, though, right? They can be asymptomatic. So, and they were the first ones that showed they could carry it and be asymptomatic. So they can give it to their teacher without having a fever, without showing any symptoms. And that's why the teachers are so concerned. I mean, I know we have a policy here coming into the building. We have a temperature scanner. You put your forehead up close and take your temperature, and then we have to fill out a form clearing us to work.
Oh.
But it's a form just saying,
Really?
do you have any symptoms? Have you come in contact with anybody with symptoms? Since you last filled out the form, have you come in contact with anybody who's traveled out of that kind of stuff? And it's like, I think it's like 10 questions, and then you're cleared to work. So, but
I don't know how you ever get to work because you probably run hot every day, Mary.
It was 97.8 today. No, but there's nothing that locks your computer down if you don't fill it out.
Really?
And it.
Oh,
you have to
nothing
log
that does
into your
lock it
computer.
down.
Yeah, there's nothing that locks you out. It's like it's all just on a honor system. But I don't know if they can. Kids can't do that every day, getting a line out the door, waiting for people to fill out a little form and get cleared. Although probably come up with an app that does it too, I guess.
No, and a lot of what we're going to be relying on is parents checking their kids' temperatures at home and keeping them home if they're ill, and we're relying on them to do the right things.
Yeah.
If only I'd seen this coming, I would have. If only I'd seen this coming, I would have invested in digital thermometers. But
yeah, really. Well, you think they'll have some kind of an app. I mean, most kids have phones these days, and some kind of an app that they can just be cleared and show their little green check mark and go into school. I don't know. I don't know if it's ever going to be okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you okay?
I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. Stay okay, and we'll talk to you next week.
Okay. Actually, next week I get to go home and visit my dad and see him for the first time in almost 4 months. So.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool. Well, then tell them that we don't want to talk to Ron.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll still call you.
Okay.
Okay.
Talk to you.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Mary.
Thank you. All right, so we will take a break.
Of the delay.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be back after these X96.
Reasons why wearing a mask is...
Spine. Spell it with me now. S-P-I-N-E. Spine. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, featuring our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand Ardun Jr. has called his friend LeVar with worries on his mind. Never fails. It's always during my favorite show. Yellow.
LeVar?
Yeah.
It's LeGrand.
LeGrand, how's it going?
I'm a worried man, LeVar. I don't know what to do. It's about Midge.
Well, how is the lovely Mrs. Dunn LeGrand?
Well, LeVar, she ain't herself these days.
What do you mean she ain't herself? Well, who is she then?
Well, she's Midge, but she's not Midge.
Huh?
Well, first off, she's been losing weight, LeVar. She may have knocked off close to 100 pounds. She had to go out and buy a whole new set of moo-moos. And they're designer moo-moos, too. The Dawn Ho collection.
Well, that is odd, LeGrand.
And she started to wear makeup again.
Huh?
She hasn't worn makeup since we got married, LeVar. A woman with 16 kids doesn't have any place wearing makeup, LeVar.
That is strange.
And it's not even New Skin or Mary Kay, LeVar. It's that kind of makeup that Claudia Schifter wears.
Anything else?
Well, she covered up the I Heart Family Home Evening bumper sticker on the back of the Suburban with one that says, "Mean people suck."
Something is definitely up, LeGrand.
I know. So, I've been kind of trying to track down her whereabouts to see what's up.
You mean you've been spying on Midge?
Well, I wouldn't call it spying exactly. Just keeping tabs, like waiting down the street from the house and then following her car.
Spying, that's what that is, LeGrand, spying. Well, did you find out anything?
Well, when she said she was going to Relief Society, I followed her, and she ended up at the Deseret Gym. I think she may be working out, LeVar.
Well, mayhap she's just trying to get in shape and improve her quality of life. Mayhap she's tired of being as big as a Winnebago.
She's the mother of all my 16 kids, LeVar. She's not supposed to improve her quality of life. Her role as my spiritual partner is to improve my quality of life.
You find out anything else when you was spying on her?
Well, yesterday I caught her waxing her legs, shaving her armpit hair.
The hell you say? We got big trouble, LeGrand. I'm going to jump in the truck and be right over. That is, if the truck will start. She might be trying to become a feminist or something worse. She hasn't said anything about, taking night classes or the like, has she?
No. What are we going to do, LeVar?
Well, we're going to keep spying on her, LeGrand. Let's just hope that we don't find out that she's going to the symphony or the ballet or nothing like that. Tell you what, though, if we do, you pack them kids up in that Suburban and you ski-daddle out of there.
All right, 9:50.
I promised you that I would get to the bottom, do some research and get to the bottom of the phrase easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Because I understand the easy part. I don't understand why people then say peasy. What the hell is that? And lemon squeezy is just out of bounds. I don't get it. I found some stuff out about it. I can save it for tomorrow if you want, because it looked like Gina had something important to say.
Well, I had something I could talk about here if we had time, but I can save it for tomorrow too if you want to dive into easy peasy lemon squeezy.
I will toss a coin to decide who says what. Heads or tails, Gina?
Heads.
All right. Coin toss app says heads. So you decide.
Okay.
Your story or Bill's.
Well, Bill's already started with his, so finish yours. I'll save mine for tomorrow.
No. Please.
But mine's serious and yours is silly, and I think we should end on a water skiing squirrel. So go ahead.
Good reasoning there. I'll go with it.
Okay.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I hear, or what Nick was saying it a different way. Our promotions director Sarge, what was he saying? Easy peasy lemon. He wasn't saying squeezy. What was he saying, Katie?
I don't remember.
Easy peasy lemon sneezy is what he kept
Sneezy,
saying. I
yeah.
say it's not sneezy, Nick. You're ruining it even more. But I don't get it. So I looked it up. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now this starts out simple, but you'll see. It's an elaboration on easy peasy. Likewise, likewise meaning extremely easy or simple. One of the earliest documented instances of easy peasy appears in a 1940s American film called The Long Voyage Home, used to advise a character to handle a suspicious box with care. The film takes place on a British steamship, a setting that accords with the Oxford English Dictionary's estimation that easy peasy originates as a British colloquialism or a childhood British slang. The peasy in easy peasy is an instance of rhyming reduplication, a term best illustrated by some of English's many other examples of this. Can you think of any?
Not off the top of my head. Go
Here
ahead.
are some.
Okay.
Freaky deaky. Razzle dazzle. Super duper. Teeny weeny. To just name a few.
Itsy bitsy. Yes. Okay.
As for lemon squeezy, well, the origin of this vivid part of the expression is the subject of much speculation. It's properly, see, I'm not the first person to think of this stuff. It's popularly said that easy peasy lemon squeezy comes from a 1950s, 60s commercial slogan for a British dish soap called Squeezy, which was lemon-scented and packaged in a scent squeeze bottle.
Ooh.
But while there was a product called Squeezy, pronounced Squeezy, there is currently no evidence that the brand ever used the phrase easy peasy lemon squeezy as a catchphrase. Also alluding to the detergent, another theory anecdotally claims that the expression goes back to a racially charged British schoolyard chant, which was easy peasy Japanesey, wash your bum in lemon squeezy.
Ugh.
So it's something that they were doing during World War II as kind of a, when kids have fun being racists,
Yes. Yes.
So its exact origins are unknown, but it has been featured prominently in popular media, an Austin Powers Gold member, and in the hit series Walking Dead, the brutal villain Negan notably utters the expression after offing a zombie, making the sweet and innocent expression sound sinister.
So there you go.
There's my deep dive on easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Okay. I liked it. Lemon squeezy. I like the answer that the lemon squeezy, there might be an answer with the dish soap thing.
You wanted to talk about COVID, didn't you, Gina?
Well, the youth athletics, I wanted to, and I will talk about it tomorrow.
All right. Well, then, let's do the promo and crawl toward the exits, shall we?
Let me find it here. Okay.
Finally, the weekend is in reach, but make sure you start it off with Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Because, on Friday, we like to answer the best damn question that you send us. So send us a damn question, and we'll answer it at 7:45 in the morning. But we need your questions. It could be on anything.
You know what else we need? Another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, and luckily he'll be here at 8 a.m. talking about back-to-school therapy in a can.
And then at 8:45, Mayor Wilson will be back with us for a final Salt Lake update of the week.
So make sure you start your Friday with Radio from Hell on X96. Yeah, you'll have to tighten that up, Katie.
Were there like 4-second pauses between every line?
Yeah.
No, everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's just fine.
Oh, that's right. The Internet is behaving beautifully.
Yeah, it's fine.
And it's nobody's fault.
Yeah, it's us.
No.
It's us. I'm sure it's us. Okay.
Well, we're the whiny babies of morning radio.
Yeah.
That's true.
That is true. Let's see. We got the film announced, the Radio from Hell Film Festival winner, and that will be available on our YouTube channel and various social medias. You can see the winner. So check those out later when you're not working at work. Anything else that we...
Probably.
But we've forgotten.
But we're done.
Yeah.
I got to
I'm
go finish my burger.
And I'm just so demoralized now, I can't think of anything else.
Okay, then. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Corey is next.
Kicking off nothing but great tunes for 60 minutes. A 1 hour nonstop music wingding is on X96.